All right, I'm going to read the manual for Bitter Woods. If you go to the Compass Games website and scroll down to Bitter Woods, it has this version, which is this one. However, if you Google Bitter Woods manual, I think the top result is this one, which says second printing. And I went through them to compare them, and they're basically identical with just I think two minor changes. So I'm going to guess that this is the actual second printing one, especially because if you look at the URL, it's the same bucket. So this seems to be an official Compass Games document. So I'm going to read this one, and I'm going to close this one. Also, this one is a bit, you know, something's not. I think it's compressed, so it doesn't look good. This one is not compressed, so it looks clear. So that's how I'm deciding what to read. Okay, so now to read the actual document, I'm not going to read this now. So let's start at the top. Bitterwoods, The Battle of the Bulge, Designer Edition, second printing. All right. Table of contents. So we got basic rules, optional rules, variant rules, examples of play, designer's notes, game credits. Okay. So the components are 1 box, 1 die, map, 528 counters, order appearance, allied warrant, expansion card, patent, relief, scenario card, scenario card, scenario card, scenario card, rules book, player's handbook. Okay, so that's just going to be like maybe advice or something. Okay, so let's just get into the actual rules. Introduction. Soldiers of the West Front, your great hour has arrived. Large attacking armies have started against the Anglo-Americans. I do not have to tell you more than that. You feel it yourself. We gamble everything. General Feldmarschall von Rundstedt. Okay. Against the Anglo-Americans. Oh, okay. So this is him announcing the attack of the Battle of the Bulge to his troops. Designer Edition Bitter Woods is a two-player game depicting Germany's last offensive of late 1944, known as the Battle of the Bulge. The campaign game focuses on the period from the 16th to the 26th of December, when the Germans had to achieve decisive results. Game scale. Each game turn represents approximately 12 hours of real time. Each map hex represents about 2 miles. Unit scale consists primarily of regiments and brigades, so that's like the same scale as the Simonich games. I think the typical Simonich games have regiment-sized counters. Basic game rules, 3 to 17. The basic game includes those rules needed to familiarize new players with the basic mechanics of the game. When players are comfortable with the mechanics of the basic game, they may add optional rules, additional random events, or variants that will enhance the historical and tactical aspects of the campaign. Optional rules, 18 to 35. These rules are intended to add historical realism by introducing mechanics that reflect local, tactical, World War II operations in the Ardennes. Variants, 36 to 37. Two variants are included, the Peiper Alternative and German Army Artillery. Players may incorporate variants separately or together. The variants slightly modify the game mechanics in order to more accurately recreate certain aspects of the battle. The Peiper Alternative variant may be used with the campaign game, the extended campaign game, any of the scenarios beginning on 16 a.m. What's 16 a.m.? Oh, 16. Okay, so the 16th of December a.m. turn. Got it. The early German offensive scenario and the Southern Shoulder alternative scenario. Okay. It is not applicable to the Patton's relief of Bastogne scenario or the erasing the bulge scenario. The German Army artillery variant may be used with the campaign games and any of the scenarios. Okay. Additional random events, 38. These rules incorporate events that did occur in addition to purported events and potential scenarios that could have occurred. They are rolled for on the 17th AM or 19th AM turns. Their use presents a greater challenge for both the Allied player and the German player, and allows players to experiment with alternative strategies. The additional random events add uncertainty to the campaign game, the extended campaign game, the 6-turn scenario beginning on the 16th AM, the 8-turn scenario beginning on the 16th AM, and the Southern Shoulder scenario. They are not intended for use with the Patton's Relief of Bastogne scenario, the Plan Martin scenario, or the early German offensive scenario. Okay. Game equipment. Everything has changed in the West. Success, complete success, is now in our grasp. Adolf Hitler. Fucking delusional. Delusional. Okay. The map. The map shows the Ardennes region, including portions of Germany, Luxembourg, Belgium, and France, where the Battle of the Bulge was fought. Okay. The map illustrates the most prominent terrain features of this region. A grid of numbered hexes, has been superimposed on the map as a means of regulating the movement and positioning of combat units and other playing pieces. Also located on the map is the terrain effects chart, which specifies the movement cost for each type of terrain, the game turn record track, the supply shortage table, and the bridge demolition table. The unit counters. The cardboard pieces, or unit counters, represent individual combat units that fought during the battle. Each unit contains several pieces of information: nationality, unit ID, size, type, combat strength, endurance rating, and movement allowance. A sample is provided below. So we got size, so that's 3 lines is a brigade, I believe. No, brigade is 1X. 3 lines is a regiment. Yeah. 2 lines is a battalion. Type is infantry. Divisional ID is 106, so it's the 106th division. Regimental ID is 423, so this is the 423rd Regiment of the 106th Division. Combat strength is 4, endurance is 3, movement allowance is 4. Endurance is the middle number. That's an unusual thing. Usually this is the defense. Okay. Leader, optional rule. Leader influence, range is 3, movement factor is 4. Okay. Unit sizes, brigade, battalion, regiment, and army. Right, because 2X's is a division, 3 is a corps, 4 is an army. Color schemes. The colors used to identify the colors used to identify the combat units are green, U.S. Army units. These are further delineated by the background color of the NATO symbol box. The U.S. Army units assigned to the U.S. First Army have a light green background color within the NATO symbol box. The U.S. Army units assigned to the U.S. Third Army have a blue background color within the NATO symbol box. Red, British Army units. All British are further delineated by an orange background color within the NATO symbol box. Gray, German Wehrmacht. These are further delineated by the background color of the NATO symbol box. The Wehrmacht units assigned to the German 6th Panzer Army have an orange background color within the NATO symbol box. The German units assigned to the German 5th Panzer Army have a light blue background color within the German NATO symbol box. This is unnecessarily wordy. The Wehrmacht units assigned to the German 7th Army have a green background color within the NATO symbol box. Black, German Waffen-SS. These are usually assigned to the German 6th Panzer Army. Okay. Light blue, German Luftwaffe Fallschirmjäger units. These are further delineated by the background color of the NATO symbol box. The Luftwaffe Fallschirmjäger units assigned to the German 6th Panzer Army have an orange background color within the NATO symbol box. The Luftwaffe Fallschirmjäger units assigned to the German 7th Army have a green background color within the NATO symbol box. Okay. Unit types. All ground units belong to one of four categories: mechanized, non-mechanized, artillery, and leaders. Mechanized units consist of armor or panzer units containing a silhouette, armored cavalry, and armored infantry, Panzergrenadier. Artillery units consist of corps artillery, army artillery, Variant Rule 37, and rockets, Nebelwerfer. Leader units consist of individual generals and their staff. Non-mechanized units consist of all other ground units. The unit types are as follows: Tiger, Jagdtiger, Panther, Mark IV, Sherman, Firefly, Cromwell, Churchill. Armored cavalry, armored infantry, parachute infantry, glider infantry, corps artillery, army artillery. Okay. It's interesting that this is corps artillery, but it shows it as a regiment. I guess it's a regiment-sized unit. But this is army artillery, and it shows the army symbol. Rockets. Okay. Definition of terms. Combat strength. A quantification of a unit's ability to combat enemy units. Endurance rating. A quantification of a unit's training, morale, leadership, and ability to endure the rigors of combat. Movement allowance. The measure of a unit's ability to move across the map. Game markers. The game also includes a variety of markers that are used to facilitate play of the game. Samples are provided below. Fortification, reserve, German, aircraft, out of supply, moved, bridge built, bridge under construction. The player aid cards. A number of player aid cards have been provided to facilitate play of the game. These player aid cards and the applicability of each to the campaign game and the many scenarios are described below. The Charts and Tables card contains the combat results table, always required for play. The German Order of Appearance card lists German unit starting positions on the 16th AM and reinforcements through the 26th PM turn. Required for the campaign game and scenarios beginning on the 16th AM turn or earlier. The Allied Order of Appearance card. This lists Allied unit starting positions on the 16th AM and reinforcements through the 26th PM turn. Required for the campaign game and scenarios beginning on the 16th AM turn or earlier. Okay. The Plan Martin scenario setup card with Plan Martin map card on the reverse side. Both sides are required for play of that scenario. The Patton's Relief of Bastogne scenario setup card with scenario player aid card on reverse. Both sides are required for that play of that scenario. The expansion card. This card contains the extended campaign game turn track, the extended campaign game order of battle, and other information for play of the extended campaign game. The turn track is also used for the Erasing the Bulge scenario. The Erasing the Bulge German setup card. This lists German unit starting positions and reinforcements for the Erasing the Bulge scenario. The Erasing the Bulge Allied setup card. This lists Allied unit starting positions for the Erasing the Bulge scenario. Okay. the Erasing the Bulge scenario instructions card with the order of battle restrictions for erasing the bulge on the reverse side. Both sides are required for play of that scenario. Okay. The Player's Handbook. The Player's Handbook contains additional rules specific to the extended campaign game, the 6-turn tournament scenario, the 8-turn tournament scenario, the Plan Martin scenario, the Patton's Relief of Bastogne scenario, the Erasing the Bulge scenario, the Southern Shoulder scenario, and the Early Ardennes Offensive scenario. Also included in the Player's Handbook are historical articles concerning Kampfgruppe Peiper and artillery in the Ardennes. So this is another thing I have to read. Okay. Prepare for play. The First Army is making a terrible mistake in leaving 8th Corps static, as it is highly probable that the Germans are building up east of them. General George S. Patton. The Allied player controls elements of the U.S. and British armies and aircraft units. The German player controls all German Army, SS, Luftwaffe ground units, and aircraft units. Players place their at-start units on the map in accordance with their respective order of appearance cards or setup cards. The remaining unit counters are reinforcements that enter the game on the game turn specified. After completing setup, play may begin. Sequence of play. Auf Wiedersehen, Herr Leutnant. See you in America. Anonymous soldier of the 1st SS to an officer of Peiper's group. Each game turn consists, this is also delusional, each game turn consists of a German player turn and an Allied player turn. The sequence of each game turn must be strictly followed. German player turn. Mutual supply phase. Each player checks the supply status for all of his units in play. Rule 12. The Allied player may perform airdrops, 12.5, during the mutual supply phase of the German player turn. Okay. Allied Interdiction phase. The Allied player places any available air units to interrupt German movement. German reserve phase. German mechanized units may be placed in reserve. German movement phase. The German player may conduct movement, build improved positions, and begin to repair bridges. Any German reinforcements scheduled to arrive this turn may enter play at this time. Okay. Conduct movement. Okay. Build improved positions and begin to repair bridges. German combat and demolition phase. The German player conducts combat in any order desired. Bridges may be blown at the end of this phase. German mechanized exploitation phase. German mechanized units placed in reserve, Rule 14, may move their full movement allowance. Okay. German bridge construction phase. Bridge construction may be completed at this time. Okay. Allied player turn. The Allied player turn is identical to the German player turn, switching the term German for Allied, except for the following differences. The Allied player may perform airdrops during the mutual supply phase of the German player turn. The Allied player may build fortifications during his movement phase. Did it not say that? So I guess improved positions are not the same as fortifications. Okay. There is no air interdiction phase. Record-keeping phase. Record the completion of a game turn by advancing the game turn marker one box along the game turn record track. Okay. Movement. All this big stuff is a sure sign we're in for a fight. An anonymous American officer at Clairvaux. Procedure. During the appropriate movement phase, a player may move as many or as few units as desired. Units are moved from hex to adjacent hex. A hex may never be skipped or jumped. A friendly unit may never move through or end movement in a hex occupied by an enemy unit. Okay. Movement allowances. Each ground unit has a movement allowance printed on the counter. This allowance is the maximum number of movement points, MPs, that may be expended during the movement phase. As each unit enters a hex, the unit expends movement points from its movement allowance. Unused movement points may not be accumulated from game turn to game turn, nor may they be transferred to other units. Guaranteed one hex movement. A unit, except for the 3 German Army artillery units, see Rule 37, may always move at least one hex, regardless of the movement cost, as long as the movement is not into prohibited terrain, nor across prohibited hex sides, nor from one hex in the zone of control of an enemy unit directly to another hex in the zone of control of the same enemy unit. Exceptions: bridge construction and advance after combat. This is also the case in the Simonich games. I think they call it tactical movement. Terrain effects on movement. The terrain effects chart located on the map identifies the type of terrain and the costs incurred when moving into each type. Units expend movement points based on the terrain of the hex entered, as explained below. Roads. Road movement is accomplished by moving units through connecting road hexes. The road movement rate, except for German infantry and German artillery, is 1/4 of a movement point per hex entered, regardless of the other terrain in the hex or connecting hex side. The German infantry and German rockets have a road movement rate of 1/3 movement point per hex entered. German corps artillery have a road movement rate of 1/2 movement point per hex entered. Forest. All units, except those with an armor silhouette, entering a hex containing a forest expend 2 movement points. Those units with an armor silhouette are allowed in forest hexes only on roads, and they may enter and leave forest hexes only along the path of a road. Okay. Example, armor units may only exit hex 0812 by moving directly into hex 0912. Okay. Broken. Units entering a broken terrain hex expend 2 movement points. Broken terrain hex. Okay. Broken terrain represents rolling hilly ground with occasional steep draws near running bodies of water. Okay. Town. All units entering a town hex expend 1 movement point. Light woods. Non-mechanized units entering a light woods hex expend 1 movement point. Mechanized and artillery units expend 2 movement points. A ground freeze occurs beginning with the 23rd AM December game turn. At this time, all units entering a light woods hex expend 1 movement point. Okay. Clear. Units entering a clear hex expend 1 movement point. Mud conditions exist on the December 18th AM through 19th PM game turns. During these turns, mechanized and artillery units entering a clear hex expend 2 movement points. Okay. River hex side. Units may not cross an unbridged river hex side unless they begin their movement next to the river hex side, and their first move is to cross that river hex side. This is very similar to the Simonich system. Units that begin the turn adjacent to an unbridged river hex side may be covered with a forward counter to indicate potential river crossing abilities. The rules for crossing are specific for the different unit types as follows. An infantry or armored infantry unit that begins its turn next to a river hex side may cross that river hex side into a town, clear hex, or light woods hex and continue movement without penalty. Crossing into a forest hex or broken terrain hex costs an additional +1 movement point. Okay. Armored cavalry, and artillery units that start their turn next to a river hex may cross that river hex side and end their movement. They may move normally on the following turn. Panther, Tiger, or Jagdtiger units may never cross unbridged river hex sides. Okay. The Meuse. So in the Simonish system, or at least in Holland 44, they distinguish between minor rivers and major rivers, where a minor river can be crossed and a major river cannot be crossed. The Meuse. Armored cavalry, and artillery units may cross a Meuse river hex side only at a bridge. An infantry or armored infantry unit that begins its turn next to an unbridged Meuse river hex side may cross that river hex side and end its movement. The unit may proceed the following turn. Okay. Cliff hex side. Movement and combat across cliff hex sides is prohibited. Artillery may provide fire support across cliff hex sides. Okay. Various examples of crossing a river hex side with movement point cost of each hex indicated. Note that crossing into a forest or broken hex costs 1 movement point, 1 additional movement point. Okay, so let's look at these examples. I think this is a blown bridge. This is very similar to the Simonish games. Tiger units may not cross unbridged river hex sides. This is an infantry regiment. So it's 1 to enter the light woods, and then 2 to enter whatever that is, rough or broken, I don't know. He can cross, but he has to stop. Armored infantry can cross for 3 movement points, and then move along the road for 1/4 movement point. Okay. Army boundaries. Is there no, yeah, I guess there's no terrain chart here. It's interesting they don't have images of the terrain types in the manual. Okay. Army boundaries. Dotted red lines. For the first 3 days, 6 game turns, mechanized units of the 5th Panzer Army, 6th Panzer Army, and 7th Army may not violate each other's army boundaries. Oh, this is very similar to Holland 44. Mechanized units of the 6th Panzer Army may not attack into, move into, or move south of the road beginning at hex 0915. So the reason I say this is like Holland 44 because the Allied units that start at the south end of the map in the Market Garden, so I guess that's the garden part, there are these lines on the map, and they're not allowed to cross those lines for the first, until you get until you get a certain amount north. So that's very similar. Okay. Mechanized units of the 6th Panzer Army may not attack into, move into, or move south of the road beginning at hex 0915. Mechanized units of the 5th Panzer Army may move along this road and attack out of it, but may not move north of the road. Mechanized units of both armies may use the road from 0613 to 0914, okay, inclusive. Mechanized units of the 5th Panzer Army and 7th Army may move along the road beginning at hex 1129 and attack out of it, but 5th Panzer Army mechanized units may not move south of the road, and mechanized units of the 7th Army may not move north of the road. Yeah, I would need to refer to the map to understand what this is talking about. I mean, I guess the basic idea is you're trying to keep the armies separate to avoid friendly fire and confusion. Army boundary restrictions are removed beginning with the 19th AM game turn. Any mechanized unit that enters one of the Army boundary termination points, hex 2417 or 1730, prior to the 19th AM game turn is free to ignore boundaries for the remainder of the game. Okay. If terrain permits, mechanized units may retreat across an Army boundary, but must conform to the Army boundary rules at the earliest opportunity. Okay. Exiting the map. German mechanized units may exit the map only from road hexes across the Meuse River on the western and northern map edges. Exiting the map is calculated at the road movement rate. Towns bordering the map edges are considered to have a road leading off the map. Okay. Allied units with no retreat route other than off the northern, southern, or western map edges, and out of supply Allied units that voluntarily exit the northern, southern, or western map edges may return to the game. Exited Allied units must remain off the map for at least one complete game turn, and may re-enter during any subsequent game turn. Re-entry must be along the same map edge on any road hex containing a boxed letter. Okay, so this is very similar to the Holland 44 rules for off-map movement. For purposes of retreat, German zones of control extend off the map edge, so the retreating Allied units forced to exit the map may be eliminated. Okay. So this just means if you force the unit to retreat through a zone of control, they probably have to take a step loss. That could end up killing them. Stacking. Drive hard, Peiper, and hold the reins loose. SS Brigadeführer Kramer, Chief of Staff of the 6th Panzer Army. Stacking limit. No more than 3 ground units of any type may end movement stacked in the same hex. This is very similar to Holland 44. Units may freely move through hexes occupied by friendly units, regardless of the number of units occupying the hex. The only exceptions to this rule are the 653 Jagdpanzer, which may stack free, and the German Panzerlehr Division, which may stack all 4 of its unit counters in the same hex. Okay. Aircraft and game markers. Improved positions, fortifications, aircraft, and player aid markers do not count against stacking. Okay. Enemy units. Units may never be moved into or through hexes occupied by enemy units. Zones of control. The enemy will never be allowed to cross the Meuse. General Dwight D. Eisenhower. The 6 hexes immediately surrounding a ground unit's hex constitute the zone of control of that unit. Zones of control and terrain. Zones of control extend into all types of terrain and across all non-Meuse River hex sides. Zones of control do not extend across Meuse River hex sides. Features. Zones of control are exerted at all times, regardless of the phase. The zones of control of both sides may be simultaneously exerted in the same hexes. The presence of a zone of control is never affected by enemy or friendly units. Okay, this is crucial. Because in some games, a friendly unit can negate an enemy zone of control for the purpose of like supply or retreat. So this is a crucial rule to remember. Zone of control exceptions. Artillery and individual Peiper Alternative breakdown units only exert a zone of control in the hex they occupy. Vonderheit units and leader units never exert a zone of control. Okay. Zone of control does not extend across Meuse River hex sides, even if it's bridged. Artillery units have no zone of control. Okay, this guy has a zone of control. Oh yeah, so even if it's bridged, it doesn't extend across. I think in the Simonich games, if there's a bridge, it does extend. So that's a difference between this and the Simonich games. So in the Simonich games, this would be zone of control, but this one would not, and this one would not, and this one would not for this unit. Okay, an example emphasizing artillery's lack of a zone of control and how the Meuse River can block a zone of control. 7.4 Stops movement. Units entering an enemy zone of control must immediately stop movement. A unit starting its turn in the zone of control of an enemy unit may move directly into the zone of control of a different enemy unit, and then must stop. Units may not move directly from one hex to another hex through the zone of control of the same enemy unit. Okay. Exceptions: bridge construction and advance after combat. However, a unit may move out of the zone of control of an enemy unit and re-enter the same unit's zone of control from another hex. Okay. I don't know if the Simonich games prohibit this. So basically what this is saying is like you can't circle around an enemy unit from one hex to the other. You have to like leave that enemy unit's zone of control and then come in from a different, come in from outside the zone of control. And I guess the reasoning there is it's too dangerous, something like that. Retreating into a zone of control. Units forced to retreat into hexes containing enemy zones of control are eliminated. Wow, that's brutal. So it's not just a step loss. You're just totally eliminated. Okay, that's a very important rule to remember. Aircraft and ground units. Aircraft units are never affected by the zones of control of ground units. Okay. Improved positions and fortifications. That place is very strong. I don't think the troops we have, without further improvement, can take the thing. General Harrison to General Hobbs. CO 30th Infantry Division, U.S. Infantry Division. Commanding Officer. Commanding Officer of the 30th U.S. Infantry Division. Improved positions. Benefit. Improved positions negate any attacker's ER advantage. What's ER? Note that this does not give the defender an automatic ER die roll modifier. The defender must have a higher ER value than the attacker to receive the modifier. What is ER? Example: an American 544 regiment in an improved position would cancel the ER advantage. What is ER? Let's do a search. I'm gonna guess it's like some kind of rating. Is it one of these ratings here? Endurance? Is that the endurance rating? That's going to be my guess. 900. Endurance rating bonus. Okay. So it's just the next page. Okay, so improved positions negate any attacker's endurance rating advantage. Note that this does not give the defender an automatic endurance rating die roll modifier. The defender must have a higher endurance rating value than the attacker to receive the modifier. So the Simonich game also does this with there's like a background color on the, what is it? It's one of the values. Maybe it's like the attack or defense or something that designates a unit as like high quality or low quality, and you can get a shift, I think, that way. So it's not in this game. It's a die roll modifier, and in the Simonich game, it's a shift. Example: an American 544 regiment in an improved position would cancel the endurance rating advantage of an attacking 954 Panzer regiment. The improved position would provide no benefit to that same regiment if attacked by German units with an endurance rating of 4, since those attacking units do not have an endurance rating advantage. Got it. Okay. So they're just saying you don't get a benefit if there's no advantage to begin with. There's no negation if there's no initial advantage. Got it. To build. Supplied mechanized or supplied non-mechanized units that do not move during a friendly player game turn, and which are not adjacent to an enemy unit, may build an improved position in any hex exclusive of town hexes. To identify an improved position, place an improved position marker in that hex. That's interesting. I don't think I've run into a Simonich game that lets you do that I can remember. Removal. The improved position marker remains on the map board as long as a friendly unit occupies the hex. If all friendly units leave the hex, either due to combat or normal movement, the improved position marker is removed. Fortifications. Benefit. Defending units receive the same benefit as an improved position. In addition, units defending in a fortification may ignore CA results when called for on the CRT. CA. What's CA? Counterattack. Okay. To build. You know what it was? It was Rebel Fury. That was the game I remember that lets you build improved positions. To build. All hexes of Clairvaux, Dinant, Namur, and Liege are considered permanent fortifications and may not be removed from play. Saint-Vith, Bastogne, and Marche were recognized as major road hubs of strategic significance and may be converted into fortifications. A supplied mechanized or supplied non-mechanized allied unit may create a fortification in any of these town hexes using the same method as constructing an improved position. To identify a fortification, place a fortification marker in the hex. Okay. Removal. So fortification is the same as improved position, but it lets you ignore counterattack results. Removal. Unlike improved positions, a fortification marker in Saint-Vith, Bastogne, or Marche remains in the hex if vacated by friendly units. Any of these 3 fortifications is considered eliminated and its marker removed from play upon entry by a German ground unit. Okay. Clairvaux bottleneck. Advance after combat through the town of Clairvaux was especially difficult due to the twisted and tortuous main road passing through the narrow streets of the town. A narrow, one-lane serpentine road climbs out of the eastern side of the town up a low ridge into the western side of the town, first passing by a chateau dominating the Clairf River, and then a 12th century monastery carved out of solid rock, where elements of the 110th Regiment, 28th Infantry Division, made a gallant stand. To reflect this bottleneck, units advancing after combat against units defending in the town of Clairvaux have the number of hexes called for on the CRT, round fractions up. Mechanized units may not use a road bonus in this advance. So for example, a 3-to-1 combat against a unit in Clairvaux results in a defender D3, so I guess the defender loses 3 steps on the CRT. The attacking units may advance 2 hexes after combat. Okay, so I guess they normally could advance 4, but now it gets halved to 2. Oh, round fractions up. Oh, so I guess the D3 doesn't mean the defender loses 3 steps. I guess D3 means you can advance 3 hexes after combat, something like that. Nine, combat. General, if you don't want to be captured, you'd better get out of town. The Germans are only a mile away. Colonel Dixon to General Hodges, Commander U.S. First Army. In general, the player conducting combat during his combat phase is termed the attacker, the other player the defender, regardless of the overall strategic situation. Who may attack? During a player's combat phase, the phasing player conducts attacks against any enemy units adjacent to friendly units. Combat against adjacent enemy units is optional, not mandatory. And the reason they say that is because in, for example, the Russian campaign, if you're adjacent, you have to attack. So it's not always optional, depending on the game you're playing, but usually it's optional for operational games. Artillery and rocket units. Core artillery units not adjacent to enemy units and rocket units adjacent to enemy units may provide assistance in the form of combat support. Okay, so core artillery units not adjacent to enemy units and rocket units adjacent to enemy units may provide assistance in the form of combat support. Note, the ability to provide combat support is assessed at the moment combat is declared. Declaring attacks. Combats conducted. So I think the reason they say this is because you might have a unit like that has to retreat or something like that. Declaring attacks. Combats are conducted in any order the attacking player wishes. Attacks need not be declared beforehand, but once declared, combat may not be cancelled. Restrictions. No attacking unit may be used in more than one combat during the attacker's combat phase. A unit's combat strength may not be split. All defending units stacked in the same hex must be combined into one defense strength. Okay. Maximum combat modifiers. In no combat may the die roll modifier exceed +2 or -2, nor may the number of column shifts on the CRT exceed 2 shifts to the left or 2 shifts to the right. That's interesting. It does not work like that in the Simonich games. You can have as many shifts as you want, I think. Minimum value. Units never have a combat strength of less than 1, even if a unit is out of supply. Combat procedure. Determine participants. For each battle, the attacking player designates which units will be attacking, including any supporting artillery and/or aircraft. Next, the defending player designates any supporting artillery and/or aircraft. Note that defending aircraft counters may cancel attacking aircraft counters. Determine odds. So it's not a secret. You don't determine it in secret. Total the combat strength of attacking units involved in a specific attack and compare it to the total combat strength of defending units in the hex under attack. Okay. State the comparison as a ratio of the attacker's strength to the defender's strength. Round off the ratio in favor of the defender to conform to the ratios found on the CRT. For example, 17 to 6 becomes 2 to 1, so that gets rounded down to 12. Roll the die. The attacker rolls the die, taking into account any die roll modifiers and column shifts. The number rolled on the die is cross-indexed with the appropriate column on the CRT. The result of the combat is applied immediately before any other combat is conducted. Apply results. The defender always applies his result first, followed by the attacker. Maximum odds. Due to the sequencing of the attacker's CRT shifts and die roll modifiers prior to the defender's CRT shifts and die roll modifiers, no attack against a defender in forest or broken terrain may ever exceed 6 to 1 odds. I don't understand what this is saying. I don't know if this is a description or like a requirement. I mean, imagine it must be a requirement. And I don't understand why the sequencing calls for this requirement. But okay. Endurance rating bonus. Before resolving each combat, the single highest endurance rating among the attacking units is compared to the single highest endurance rating of the defending units, including any artillery providing offensive or defensive support. If the attacker's endurance rating is higher, subtract 1 from the die roll. If the defender's endurance rating value is higher, add 1 to the die roll. A unit's endurance rating may be modified by shock and supply status. Attacker is 854, defender's 544. The attacker receives a -1 to his die roll because his endurance rating is 5, the defender's is 4. And if the attacker's value is right, subtract 1. Got it. So here the attacker has an endurance rating of 4, the defender has an endurance rating of 4, so there's no modifier. Here the attacker has an endurance rating of 3, the defender has an endurance rating of 4, so the attacker suffers a +1 to his die roll. Got it. Terrain effects on combat. Defender occupies clear or light woods, none. Forest, 1 column shift to the left. Note that armor units may attack into forest hexes even if no road exists. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if you can do that in the Simonich games. Broken, 1 column shift to the left. Town, the combat strengths of all defending non-artillery units are doubled. If all attacking units are attacking across river hex sides, the defending units receive a 1 column shift to the left in addition to being doubled on defense. This is the same in the Simonich, at least in Holland 44. It's the same rule. River. If all attacking units are attacking across river hex sides, then all defending non-artillery units have their combat strength doubled. Note, a unit that is prevented from moving across a river may still attack across it. This seems like a mistake in the manual. Because why is it under the town heading instead of the river heading? This sentence seems like it should be after this sentence. Cumulative effects of terrain. Terrain effects are cumulative, with the exception that no unit may be doubled more than once. For defending units in more than one terrain, consider the terrain most favorable to the defender. Okay. This is all very similar to the Simonich rules. Example, The German player has 3 attacks along the river line. A is a 9 to 8. So attacker has a attack strength of 9, combat strength of 9. The defender has a combat strength of 4, but it's doubled because all attacking units are across a river. And there's 1 shift left for broken terrain. Oh no, it's not for broken. Is it for broken terrain, or is it because of the river? Broken, 1 column shift to the left. Oh, okay. The limit on shifts is 2, right? Where did it talk about the limit on shifts? Here we go. The column shifts may not exceed 2 shifts. Why is this 9 to 8? Why is it not 2 shifts? He's 9. He's 4 doubled because of the river, with a shift for broken terrain and a shift because everybody's across the river. Right? That is a river, yeah? Yeah, that's a river. Okay, this seems like it might be a mistake. B is a 10 to 3. The Allied artillery unit does not receive the doubling. Let me read this first. Well, I can't see what the unit underneath it is. I'm guessing it's a 6. Oh, no, no, no. If this is a strength at 5, the one underneath it is also a 5 to make 10. This guy has 5. He would be doubled because it's across the river to make 10. The town doubles him, but you can only be doubled once. Right? That's what it said. You can only be doubled once. Where does it talk about doubling? Here we go. No unit may be doubled more than once. Right, so if he's doubled for the river, he cannot be doubled again for the town. Right. So B is a 10 to 3. Why? The Allied artillery unit does not receive the doubling benefit of terrain for the town or river, and is halved on defense. Why is he halved on defense? With 1 shift left due to an across-river attack against the town. Um, 10 to 3. Allied artillery unit does not, oh, because it's artillery, does not receive the doubling benefit of terrain for the town or river. All defending non-artillery. Right, okay, that makes sense. And is halved on defense. Where does it say artillery is halved on defense? Oh, let me see. Oh, artillery is halved in defense if attacked by adjacent enemy unit. Okay, but it didn't say that in the manual up until that point, right? Yeah, it didn't say that, so that's another mistake in the manual. With one shift left due to an across-river attack against a town. Okay. One shift left due to an across. Okay, so the shift is regardless of whether it's artillery or not. Okay. Why is it 10 to 3, though? Because it's halved to 2.5, and then you round it up to 3. Got it. Understood. C is a 12 to 4. Let me see this one. So, rocket artillery. C is a 12 to 4. This one has 5. This one has 7. 7 plus 5 is 12. He's defending in broken terrain. He's got strength of 4, so that's 12 to 4. Not all units are across the river, so that's why there's no combat effects of the river. All attacking units across. If all attacking units across river hex sites. This looks like it should be added into the, like, this seems like it should replace this. If all attacking units are attacking across river hex sides, the defending units receive a 1-column shift to the left, and all defending non-artillery units have their combat strength doubled. That's how it should be read. That's how it should all read. One shift left for the broken terrain, and a +1 to the die roll for the superior allied endurance rating. So his best endurance rating, well, his endurance ratings are 4. His is 5. So you get a +1, which is bad for the attacker. Got it. And this is broken terrain. One shift left. There we go. Okay, note that the glider infantry unit does not receive the river defense benefit, since not all German units are attacking across a river hex side. Right, got it. Makes sense. Combat results. DE. All defending units are eliminated. The attacker may advance 1 hex. AE. All attacking units are eliminated. Defender may advance 1 hex. D number. The defender must retreat the number of hexes indicated. The attacker may advance an equivalent number of hexes. Okay. A number. Attacker must retreat the number of hexes indicated. The defender may advance 1 hex. 1D number. The first number represents the defender's combat loss. The second number represents hexes retreated. Defender suffers 1 combat loss and must retreat the number of hexes indicated. The attacker may advance an equivalent number of hexes. 1A number. The first number represents the attacker's combat loss. The second number represents hexes retreated. The attacker suffers 1 combat loss and must retreat the number of hexes indicated. Defender may advance 1 hex. Counterattack. In his turn, the defender must either withdraw or counterattack if not in a fortification. If the defender chooses to counterattack, all defending units in the original battle must combat at least one hex of original attacking units. If stacking permits, other units may be brought up to participate in the counterattack from within the original hex and from any adjacent hex. Any unit moved into the original hex is obligated to participate in the counterattack with all of the original defending units. If the defender chooses to withdraw, the original position must be vacated and may not be entered by other friendly units in the same game turn. Units unable to withdraw due to enemy zones of control must counterattack. Unaccompanied corps artillery units forced to counterattack are eliminated. Okay. In this situation, a friendly non-artillery ground combat unit must occupy the hex with the artillery unit to be able to perform a counterattack. If this is not possible due to enemy zones of control, the unaccompanied friendly artillery unit is automatically eliminated at the start of the friendly combat phase. Since no combat takes place, enemy units may not advance into the vacated hex. So counterattack, my understanding is that this is a CRT result that was more common in old school games in like the 70s. Yeah, this is. I don't think Simonich's games have counterattack results. I could be mistaken about that. I don't think it's in Holland 44. Suppressed. Combat is inconclusive. Both sides remain in place. The defender may choose to stand fast, reinforce, withdraw, or attack. The attacker is not obligated to refight the original battle in his next turn. Okay. Engaged. Attacking and defending units are locked in combat and must remain in place. The attacker must refight the original battle in his next turn. Both players in their respective turns may reinforce the engagement. If any engaged unit is attacked or any engaged unit attacks any adjacent unit, whether or not it was part of the original engagement, or if the original hex is vacated by all original defending units. So I'm trying to think, like, how can this happen? How can you have an engaged unit attack an adjacent unit if it's already required to refight the original battle? And I think the way you would do this is the attacking units in the original battle have to attack the same hex, but it might be the case that one of the units in the defending hex attacks an adjacent unit. That could happen. So if any engaged unit is attacked, or any engaged unit attacks any adjacent unit, whether or not it was part of the original engagement, or if the original hex is vacated by all original defending units, infantry and mechanized infantry may not vacate the hex. The original engagement is considered broken and need not be fought again. Armor, armored cavalry, and artillery units are free to ignore engaged results. Okay. Firefight. Both the attacker and defender must take a combat loss. Each side selects their own loss. No advance is possible unless the defender is eliminated. In this case, the attacker may advance one hex. Okay. The difference between these three results doesn't seem worth the complexity. Okay. Combat losses. Indicating losses. All unit counters, except artillery, have a front side and a back side. A unit with its front side up is considered to be at full strength. A unit with its back side up is considered to be at reduced strength. A full strength unit's combat loss is marked by flipping the unit over to its reduced strength side. Reduced strength units and artillery units are eliminated if either sustains a combat loss. Okay. Distributing losses. If multiple units are involved in a combat, the player suffering losses may take losses from any of the units involved in that particular combat. Retreat after combat. Retreating due to combat uses no movement factors. The retreating player may move retreating units in any order desired as explained below. Guidelines. Where possible, each unit's retreat route must traverse the fewest number of hexes leading to a friendly supply road. The supply road must have no hex in an enemy zone of control, unless that hex is occupied by a friendly unit. Okay, so friendly units do negate zones of control, for at least for supply. At least for this supply rule. If any retreat debt remains, it is continued along the road toward a friendly source of supply. A unit continuing its retreat along a supply road may change to another supply road at an intersection or town. This may result in a unit not having retreated the indicated number of hexes away from its original position. This is legal. When choosing a retreat path along a supply road towards a supply source, players may not choose a path that will eventually require retreating units to jump off that supply road, if there is an alternate retreat path along a supply road that will not require retreating units to jump off that alternate supply road. Instead, the player must choose the alternate path. Okay. The requirement to retreat toward friendly supply may not dictate a unit's elimination if there is an alternate retreat route available. However, an alternate retreat route may be chosen only if elimination would occur during the current combat phase. Okay, these are super niche, super edge case stuff, things. Retreating units may exceed their movement allowance during retreat. For example, a German infantry unit may retreat through 2 broken terrain hexes if required by the CRT. Allied armor units and German armor units bearing the Mk4 silhouette, Mark IV silhouette, may retreat across a blown bridge into a forest road hex as long as the road leads directly to the blown bridge hex side being crossed. Okay. Allied units may retreat off the map. Restrictions. Retreating units must retreat the indicated number of hexes. No unit may retreat into the same hex twice. Okay, that's crucial. No unit may retreat into the same hex twice. What does that mean? Twice per retreat? Retreating units may not end their retreat in violation of the stacking rules. Retreating units may not enter a hex occupied by an enemy artillery unit or a hex in the zone of control of an enemy unit. Regardless of the presence of a friendly unit or friendly zone of control. Okay, got it. So in the Simonich games, you can retreat through hexes that are in enemy zones of control if you have a friendly unit there. Or at least in the rules, the ones that I read. I think Holland has that, lets you do that. Penalties. A unit that cannot retreat, has no place to retreat to, or is unable to retreat the indicated number of hexes is eliminated. German units bearing the Panther, Tiger, or Jagdtiger silhouette that are forced to retreat across an unbridged river hex side are eliminated. Armored cavalry, and artillery units forced to retreat across an unbridged Meuse River hex side are eliminated. Any unit forced to retreat across a Meuse River cliffside hex is eliminated. Meuse River cliff hex side. Okay. I feel like this could just be simplified to any unit forced to retreat across a hex side that it cannot normally move across is eliminated. Advance after combat. If the defending player is forced to retreat due to combat, the attacking player may advance any number of units involved in the combat. Advancing after combat must be performed immediately after the attacker wins a combat, and before resolving another combat. Okay. Length of advance. The number of hexes a unit may advance when attacking is equal to the number of hexes the defender retreated. Should defending units be eliminated due to a lack of retreat route, the attacking units may still advance the full number of hexes called for on the CRT. If the attacker retreats, defending units may advance a maximum of 1 hex. Terrain effects on advance. You may not move a unit during an advance after combat further than it could move during regular movement. Okay, for example, a German infantry unit may not advance into 2 broken terrain hexes unless utilizing a road. Road bonus. Mechanized units beginning their advance after combat from a road hex may advance 1.5 multiplied by the number of hexes called for by the CRT. This is similar in Simonich's game. I think you get like an extra hex. You can move an extra hex or something like that in Holland 44 if they start on a road. Round any fractions up, provided the entire advance remains on the road. For example, combat against a reduced regiment results in a 1d3. Mechanized units, right? That's what it said. Right. Mechanized units may advance 5 hexes, provided the entire advance remains on the road. So I guess that's a 1 step loss plus having to retreat 3 hexes. That attacker can also advance 3 hexes, and then a mechanized unit can advance 1.5 times that. So 3 times 1.5 is 4.5, with the fraction rounded up to 5. Got it. If it's on the road and it does the entire advance on the road. Got it. Okay, restrictions. An advancing unit may not enter or exit hexes that it is prohibited from entering or exiting during normal movement. Artillery units may never advance after combat. The advancing path must first include the hex the defending units occupied. Advancing units may then deviate from the path of retreat. Enemy zones of control. An advancing unit may ignore an enemy zone of control in the first hex of the advance, which must be the defender's hex, but must stop in the second enemy zone of control entered. Okay. Rivers. Units advancing after combat may not cross an unbridged river hex side unless it is the first hex of their advance. All units, except Panther, Tiger, or Jagdtiger units, that attack across an unbridged river hex side may advance no farther than the defender's hex. Okay. Exception. So I guess these ones obviously cannot cross at all. Exception. Infantry and armored infantry units that did not move in the preceding movement phase may advance after combat as far as allowed. Such units should be marked with a forward counter prior to combat. Infantry and armored infantry attacking across an unbridged Meuse River hex side may advance no farther than the defender's hex. Okay. Like this is so buried. This is so buried. They really need to have like a list, like a checklist for going through the process of combat. Infantry and armored infantry attacking across an unbridged Meuse River hex side may advance no farther than the defender's hex. Okay. Heavy tank units and rivers. German units bearing the Panther, Tiger, or Jagdtiger silhouette may only advance across a river hex side at a bridge. Armor and armored cavalry units may only advance across a Meuse River hex side at a bridge. A Meuse River. So, okay, so this is the same. This is basically what Simonich calls like what was it, like minor rivers and major rivers. So the Simonich rules would say these ones can only cross a minor river at a bridge. These ones can only cross a major river at a bridge. Forest hexes. Armor silhouette units may not advance into or out of a forest hex unless moving along a road. Artillery. We're going in now. Let her roll. Lieutenant Colonel Abrams. In general, artillery consists of two separate types, corps artillery and German rockets. Artillery units may use their combat strengths to either support attacking friendly units or support defending friendly units. Range. Most corps artillery units have a range of 4 hexes. Corps artillery with a range other than 4 hexes are designated by a raised number above the corps designation. All rocket units have a range of 1 hex. Range is not affected by line of sight or terrain. Okay. Frequency. Allied artillery may use their combat strength once during each player turn. German artillery may use their combat strength only once per game turn. Okay. So Allied artillery can be used twice per game turn. German artillery can be used once per game turn. Flip over an artillery counter to its fired side to designate it has already participated in combat. Artillery support. Both the attacker and defender may commit artillery to support their units in combat. There is no limit to the number of artillery units that may be used in any one combat. Offensive support. Artillery providing offensive artillery support add their combat strengths to the other attacking non-artillery units. Artillery providing offensive artillery support add their combat strengths to the other attacking non-artillery units. Okay, so it's not a shift. In Simonich games, or at least the one I read, it's a shift. To provide offensive support, all defending enemy units must be within range of the attacking artillery. Artillery providing support must do so in conjunction with at least one friendly mechanized class or infantry class unit. Okay, that makes sense. Basically, you're saying you can't pair artillery with armor alone. Defensive support. Artillery units providing defensive artillery support add their combat strengths to the defender's side in an individual combat. The friendly defending units receiving support must be in range of the supporting artillery. The range for defensive artillery support is determined by including the defender's hex, not the hex occupied by the attacking enemy unit. Okay. Artillery support and CRT results. Artillery units providing offensive support neither retreat nor suffer combat losses when attacking non-adjacent enemy units. Okay. Artillery providing defensive support and artillery not adjacent to an enemy unit neither suffers nor benefits from any combat result. Sure. Artillery adjacent to enemy units. Core artillery units adjacent to enemy units may not bombard, attack. They may not bombard, attack, or provide defensive ground support. Core artillery defending against an attack by adjacent enemy units do so at half strength, round any fractions up. Artillery units defending against adjacent enemy units do suffer retreats and combat losses, unlike ranged combat. German artillery in defense. German artillery units do defend against enemy attack. This is an exception to the rule prohibiting German artillery from using their combat strength more than once per game turn. Okay, makes sense. German artillery limitations. Rockets. German rocket units were not long-ranged weapons, and therefore may only combat adjacent enemy units. Rocket units have a defense value of 1, either defending alone or in concert with friendly units. Rocket units may not provide defensive ground support. Okay. Rocket units may not provide defensive ground support. Oh, so they can only be used for attack. Okay, that's important to know. Core artillery. German core artillery were primarily horse-drawn and much slower than vehicular-towed artillery. For this reason, German core artillery may not move and fire in the same game turn. Players should flip German core artillery units over if they move, as a reminder that they may not fire in the combat phase. Sure. I think that's similar to the Simonic games. For example, the 12 SS, where is that? Here. So what is that? The 12th Regiment? Attacks Hex B here, okay? The German player can use both of his artillery units, the 9th rocket here, and the 388th here. The Allied player can only use the 174th here at full strength, and the 422nd, this one, at half strength. The 402nd is not available since it is adjacent to an enemy unit. Oh, interesting. Where's the rule for that? I don't see the rule for that. Oh. Core artillery. Is this How do you know what core artillery is? Artillery consists of two separate types, core artillery and German rockets. Oh, okay. So anytime you see an artillery unit, that is core artillery. Okay, and so then this is the rule that says you can't do anything. Got it. Okay. Understood. The odds are 24 to 12. So 24. So this is 10. Plus 8 is 18. Plus 6 is 24. This guy has 5. And 3 divided by 2 rounded up, so that's 2. 5 plus 2 is 7. Why is it 12? (24 to 12). One shift for broken terrain and one to the die roll for the superior German. So the German endurance rating is 5. Best endurance rating is 5. This best endurance rating is 4. Right. Why is it 12? Why 24 to 12? I understand the 24. I don't understand the 12. Oh, because he's getting additional support, right? So this is 5 plus 2 is 7, plus this 5. That's where you get 12. Got it. Okay, aircraft support. Let everyone hold before him a single thought: to destroy the enemy on the ground, in the air, everywhere. Destroy him. General Eisenhower, order of the day, 22nd of December, 1944. In general. During the course of the game, both players receive a number of aircraft units as indicated on the game turn record track located on the map. The number to the left of the slash is the number of German aircraft units. The number to the right is the number of Allied aircraft units. These units reflect the number of sorties flown during the campaign. An aircraft unit may only be used once per game turn. Ground support. To indicate that an aircraft unit is providing ground support, place the counter in an enemy hex you wish to combat. Only one air unit per side may be placed in any one hex. An aircraft unit providing ground support shifts the combat one column to the right for the attacker and one column to the left for the defender. Aircraft units may only be used to support attacking or defending ground units. They may not combat ground units by themselves. Aircraft units are placed prior to the resolution of a specific combat. The attacker allocates his air unit, if any, followed by the defender. Okay. Interdiction. The Allied player may fly interdiction missions to interrupt German movement. During the Allied interdiction phase, prior to the German reserve phase, the Allied player may use any available Allied aircraft for interdiction. Each aircraft unit may be placed on any occupied or unoccupied hex. The effect is to increase the entry cost of the hex by 2 full movement points for mechanized units and 1 full movement point for all other units. A limit of 1 aircraft unit per hex may perform interdiction. Interdiction lasts throughout the German player turn and affects the movement phase and exploitation phase, but has no effect on advance, retreat, or the tracing of supply. Okay. Supply. Permission or not, we're breaking out of here on foot. Colonel Peiper to his radio officer. Checking supply. Ground units are required to be in supply in order to operate within their full capabilities. The supply status of all units is checked during the mutual supply phase of each player turn. A unit is considered to be in supply only if it can trace a supply path to a supply source. Units not in supply are considered out of supply and are identified with an out of supply marker. Supply paths. A supply path is any path of contiguous hexes free of enemy zones of control running from the unit's hex to a road leading off a friendly map edge. Supply paths are not affected by terrain or interdiction. Restrictions. The supply path from the unit to a road may not be more than 4 hexes long. Once on the road, the supply path may be of any length. This is the same as, we're very similar to the Simonich system, where Simonich talks about having an overland portion, which is this portion, and then the road portion, which can be of any length. Very, very similar. I don't remember the requirement on length in the Simonich rules. Supply may not be traced through enemy zones of control unless the zone of control is occupied by a friendly unit. That's the same as Simonich. Supply roads may be traced across rivers only via intact bridge hex sides. I think in the Simonich system you can do the overland portion across minor rivers, but not major rivers, something like that. Supply sources. German. The German supply sources consist of any road leading off the eastern map edge and any liege hex occupied by a German combat unit. Allied. The Allied supply sources consist of any road leading off the western, southern, and northern west of hex row 1300 map edges and any friendly controlled liege hex. Okay. Out of supply. Units unable to trace a supply path to a supply source are considered out of supply until their next supply phase, same as Simonich. Out of supply markers are provided to identify these units. Effects of out of supply. Units out of supply have their combat strengths for attack and movement allowances halved, round any fractions up, and their endurance ratings reduced by 1. Artillery may not provide offensive ground support when in this state. Units out of supply may not build improved positions or fortifications, and may not attempt to blow or to build a bridge. Okay. Airdrops. The Allied player may choose one or more hexes on the map to receive an airdrop. Airdrops are conducted during the mutual supply phase of the German player turn, and only on turns when the Allied air support is available. Each unused aircraft unit may perform one airdrop. Designate an airdrop by placing an air supply marker in the hex. All Allied units in the designated hex are considered in supply until the mutual supply phase of the next German player turn. Okay, so you have to use one of your each unused aircraft unit may perform one airdrop. So I think you have to use your ground support for that. Is that what they're saying? And you have to expend your ground support in order to do an airdrop? I guess that's what it's saying. Okay. German supply shortage. Commentary. As the battle progressed, the Germans experienced increasing difficulties in transporting supplies to their mechanized units. Rule. Beginning on the 20th AM turn, and for each remaining game turn, the German player must roll for supply shortage. Supply shortage is determined by a die roll during the mutual supply phase of each German player turn. On a result of 1 or 2, no units are out of supply. Okay. On any other result, the German player must reference the supply shortage table located on the game map and roll again. The designated units are considered out of supply for that game turn. Okay. Example. The German Panzer unit is in supply as it can trace 4 hexes to a road. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. The non-road portion can be through any type of terrain and can cross unbridged river hexes. Oh. Well, what did it say? I thought it said... Supply roads may be traced across rivers only via intact river hex sides. Oh! Okay, so this is not the overland portion. This is the road portion. So I think what they're saying here is that for the road portion, you have to have the... If it's going to use a bridge hex side, the bridge has to be intact. Got it. That makes sense. The non-road portion can be through any type of terrain and can cross unbridged river hexes. Note that friendly units negate enemy zones of control for purposes of tracing supply, and the Allied artillery does not have a zone of control. Got it. Makes sense. Bridges. Those damned engineers. Peiper, after arriving at a blown bridge near Stavelo. Bridge demolition. Either player may attempt to blow bridges. Bridge demolition attempts occur at the end of each friendly combat phase and are resolved by using the bridge demolition table printed on the map. A player may make only one attempt per bridge per friendly combat phase. Restrictions. No bridge blowing is allowed by the Allied player on the December 16th AM and 16th PM game turns. Okay, that's very specific. Bridge demolition may only be attempted if there is an enemy unit adjacent to or within 1 hex of the bridge, and a friendly unit occupies the hex containing the bridge hex side. Okay. Only mechanized... Bridge demolition may only be attempted if there is an enemy unit adjacent to or within 1 hex of the bridge, and a friendly unit occupies the... Okay, this is exactly like the Holland 44 rule, which I thought was weird, that you could only blow the bridge if there was an enemy unit there. I always thought that was weird. Only mechanized or non-mechanized units may attempt to blow a bridge. Artillery units and leader units may not attempt to blow a bridge. Units out of supply may not attempt to blow a bridge. Procedure. That's weird. Wonder what the reasoning is there. Procedure. The proximity of the enemy unit to the bridge determines which column to use on the table. If an enemy unit is 1 hex away from the bridge hex side, a roll of 4 or less blows the bridge. If an enemy unit is adjacent to a friendly unit with a bridge between them, a die roll of 3 or less blows the bridge. Okay. Within 1... So you have to basically stop the enemy player, you have to stop your opponent when he moves his unit 1 hex away from the bridge hex side, and tell him you're going to try to blow the bridge at that time. So you have to remember that it matters, basically. Okay. Oh, let's look at this example. So far, everything is very similar to the Simonich rulebooks. Example. It is the end of the Allied combat phase, and the Allied player decides to blow some bridges. He can blow the bridge at A, here, on a 1 to 3, and the bridge at B, here, on a 1 to 4. He cannot blow the bridge at C, as there is no bridge blowing unit adjacent to the bridge hex side. As there is no bridge blowing unit. Oh, here. Right. The Allies need to have a unit here in order to try to blow it. Makes sense. Blown bridges. Place a blown bridge marker over the bridge site. Both players must treat a blown bridge as an unbridged river hex. A supply road may not be traced across the river. At start situation. The following bridges are considered blown at the start of play: 1424, 1129, and 0533. Rebuilding bridges. Bridges may be rebuilt by either player at original bridge sites. Bridges were rebuilt by special engineer units that were attached to combat divisions. Only mechanized and non-mechanized units may rebuild bridges. Artillery units and leader units may not rebuild or facilitate building a bridge. The unit rebuilding the bridge must be in supply, must begin the turn next to the bridge hex side, and may not participate in combat. So in Holland 44, you have special engineer units that have to be adjacent to the bridge to try to rebuild them. Bridge construction markers are provided to identify these units. Okay. If, during the bridge construction phase of that same turn, the hex on the opposite side of the river is free of enemy units, any friendly units in the construction hex may advance across the river and stop. To complete the bridge, the required advance must include the constructing unit and may be performed from zone of control to zone of control of the same or different enemy units. Okay. It's a required advance. Where does it say it's required? I don't understand why they call this required. Okay, the bridge is now considered rebuilt. So it seems like you have to advance at least one unit. It must include this, whatever units you advance must include the constructing unit. Sure. German bridging equipment limits. The German player may rebuild a maximum of 8 bridges. Wow, okay, so you have to keep track of that. I don't think there may not be a track for that. Reserves. Placing units in reserve. At the start of each player's turn, on any on-map supplied mechanized unit may be declared in reserve by placing a reserve marker on the unit. Reserve units may not move in the movement phase or conduct combat in the combat phase. Releasing units from reserve. After all combat, any reserve unit may conduct an exploitation movement using its full movement factor. No combat may be performed after this exploitation move. Losing reserve status. If a reserve unit moves during the mechanized exploitation phase, or at any time a unit in reserve is adjacent to an enemy unit, remove the reserve marker. The unit is no longer considered in reserve. Okay. Initial surprise. But where in the hell has this son of a bitch gotten all this strength? General Omar N. Bradley. Commentary. The German offensive caught the Allies completely off guard. Communications were disrupted as a result of German radio jamming, pre-planned artillery targeting, and the confusion caused by the weight of the initial attack. To reflect this situation, the following conditions are in effect. The surprise shift. All German attacks on the 16th AM turn receive a favorable shift of one column to the right on the CRT. Allied movement restrictions. On the 16th AM turn, Allied units are restricted in their ability to move. This is the same thing in Holland 44, where the German units defending at the south end can't move to reflect that surprise. Only Allied units that began the game in a German zone of control are eligible to move their full movement allowance. Okay, that's interesting. Allied artillery units have a movement allowance of 1. Okay, so I guess the idea here is that the Allied units that are in contact with the Germans know what's going on. They are not. So this is kind of the opposite of Holland. In Holland 44, it's the units that are attacked that are not allowed to move their full movement allowance, and it's the ones behind the line that are allowed to move their full movement allowance. So this is kind of the inverse. Allied artillery units have a movement allowance of 1. Units of the U.S. 2nd Infantry Division have a movement allowance of 3 due to veteran status. And other Allied non-artillery units, which did not begin the game in a German zone of control, have a movement allowance of 2. For purposes of advancing after combat on the 16th AM turn, all Allied units are considered to have their full movement allowance. Okay. Beginning with the December 16th PM turn, all Allied units may move normally. Got it. Allied artillery restrictions. Allied artillery have a movement allowance of 1 and may not fire offensive ground support on the 16th AM turn. If a German unit advanced adjacent to an Allied artillery unit, it is free to move its full movement allowance. Okay. Bridge demolition restrictions. No Allied unit may attempt to blow bridges on the 16th AM and 16th PM turns. Got it? German movement restrictions. Units of the... So I'm guessing this is like simulating that the Allies weren't expecting an attack, and so they didn't rig the bridges to be destroyed. German movement restrictions. Units of the 1st SS Panzer Corps, 1st SS, 12th SS, so this is the, regiment? 1st SS, 12th SS, and Panzer Brigade 150, were prevented from participating in the opening attack. They were expected to exploit any breakthrough achieved. These units may not move during the 16th AM turn. Okay. So this is just simulating the historical German plan. So you could like house rule this to, if you wanted to. Initial German supply. All German units are considered to be in supply for the first 4 game turns. No German unit may be placed out of supply during this time. May be placed Okay, so that means like reinforcements, I guess. Like units that appear on later turns can't be placed out of supply. Got it. Traffic jams. Due to the congestion at the initial points of departure, on the 16th AM turn, all German mechanized units have their movement allowance reduced by 1. Okay. No German mechanized unit may be placed in reserve. For purposes of advancing after combat on the 16th AM turn, German mechanized units have their movement allowance reduced by 1 movement point, and no German mechanized unit may advance after combat farther than the number of hexes called for by the CRT. Okay. Don't know why this would be necessary to specify. German units may attack only those Allied units facing their respective army staging areas, as defined by the setup locations on the order of appearance cards. Beginning with the 16th PM turn, the German player may place mechanized units in reserve, and is free to attack any Allied unit within the Army boundaries restrictions of Section 5.4. Examples. On the opening move, units of the 5th Panzer Army may attack only those units between 28 110 and 14th Armored Cavalry, inclusive. So this is the 28th Regiment or 28th Division of the 100. I don't know how to read this. Units of the 6th Panzer Army may attack only those units between 14th Armored Cavalry and 102nd Armored Cavalry, inclusive. So yeah, I would have to look at the map to understand this. Units of the 7th Army may attack only those units between 412 and 28-109, inclusive. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how can you have 28-109 and 28-110? What is that? Is that the Corps? 28th Corps? 110th Division? Something like that? Reinforcements. Like Christ come to cleanse the temple. British officer describing Field Marshal Montgomery's entry to General Hodges' headquarters. Okay. So, yeah. When and where reinforcements enter. Reinforcements may enter the game on the dates specified, in accordance with the player's order of appearance cards. Each reinforcement group has a letter code listed next to its arrival time, indicating which road or roads it may enter the map. This is the same as Holland 44. Note that the order of appearance cards may stipulate that certain geographical objectives be obtained before reinforcements are permitted to enter play. Interesting, okay. Blocked entry hexes. If all designated hexes are blocked by enemy units or their zones of control, reinforcements may be delayed. Or enter the nearest map edge hex free of enemy units and their zones of control. Oh, so when he says reinforcements may be delayed, I think that means that you can wait until a later turn. Reinforcements may enter the game in an enemy zone of control, but must stop and move no farther. Okay. Delayed reinforcements. Players may delay the arrival of any new unit until a later game turn. If a player chooses to delay reinforcements, they may be brought into play on any road hex containing a boxed letter along the same map edge they were scheduled to enter. Okay, so this is just like Holland 44. And that makes sense. Okay, entry cost. A unit entering the map does so by expending at least one full movement point in the first hex entered. Okay, I don't know what this means. I would think that you would just pay the normal cost of the hex, of the entry hex. don't understand the implication of this. Victory conditions. If we reached the Meuse, we should have got down on our knees and thanked God, let alone try and reach Antwerp. General Feldmarschall von Rundstedt. The victory conditions for play of the campaign game, which is played from the 16th AM turn through the 26th PM turn, are as follows. German strategic victory. The German player wins a strategic victory if he has at least one supplied unit in each of the three towns, Bastogne, Saint-Vith, and Marche, and he exits off the western or northern map edge a total of 6 supplied mechanized units, 2 of which must be armor, the equivalent of a Panzer Corps, from any road hex west of the Meuse River. The instant the German player accomplishes this, the game ends. Okay. Note, less than 6 supplied mechanized units exited does not qualify the German player for another victory level. Okay, got it. So you can't get this tactical victory by doing this. German tactical victory. The German player wins a tactical victory if, at the end of the game, he has 3 supplied mechanized units, one of which must be armor, the equivalent of a panzer division, across the Meuse River north of the town of Viro, and there is at least one supplied German unit in at least 2 of the 3 towns, Bastogne, Saint-Vith, and Marche. Okay. So this is interesting because you might exit some units off the map hoping for a strategic victory, and then that actually makes it more difficult for you to get a tactical victory. Although I guess the question is, like, if a unit is exited off the map, does that count as being across the river? I guess it would. And there's at least one supplied German unit in at least 2 of the 3 towns. Got it. Okay. Draw. The game is a draw. Neither player wins if at the end of the game, the German player has at least one supplied unit in at least 2 of the 3 towns, Bastogne, Saint-Vith, and Marche, and at least one supplied mechanized unit across the Meuse River north of the town of Viro, or within 1 hex of a Meuse River hex side north of the town of Viro, and south of the village of Ramey. Okay. What is the difference between this and the tactical? 3 supplied units across the Meuse River. This is 1 supplied unit. No. Yeah, 1 supplied unit across the river. Okay. Wow, okay. Is that really the only difference? Okay. Allied tactical victory. The historical result. At the end of the game, the Allied player avoids both the German conditions for victory and those for a draw. Got it. Allied strategic victory. The Allied player avoids both the German conditions for victory and for a draw, and at the end of the game, there are no German units in the towns of Bastogne, Marche, and Houffalize. Victory level shift. Should the German player succeed in eliminating 48 or more Allied units, the victory level shifts 1 level in favor of the German player. Should the Allied player succeed in eliminating 12 or more German mechanized units, the victory level shifts 1 level in favor of the Allied player. In determining German losses, each panzer unit eliminated is considered equivalent to 2 mechanized units eliminated. Got it. Interesting. Optional rules. flanking attack and coordinated defense. Divisional integrity. A die roll modifier of -1 is applied when certain attacking divisions participate in flanking attacks. A die roll modifier of +1 is applied when certain defending divisions are attacked. Okay. Maybe zoom out a bit. Should I read the example first? I think I'll read the rule first and then I'll read the example. Flanking attack. When defending units occupying 1 hex are attacked from 3 hexes or from 2 non-adjacent hexes, 1 is subtracted from the combat result die roll if 3 units from 1 German mechanized division or 3 units from 1 Allied division possessing an endurance rating of 5 or 6 participate in the attack. Okay. 3 units from 1 German mechanized division or 3 units from 1 Allied division possessing an... Okay, 5 or 6. Okay. I get it. All units of the attacking division may, but need not, occupy the same hex. Okay. So okay, I think what this is saying is that you have to be attacking from at least 2 hexes, but of those 2 hexes, all of these units that are qualifying for this bonus, or that are qualifying you for this bonus, those can all be in just one of the hexes. So you can just have like a junk unit attacking from the other direction, and you'll still get the bonus. Got it. Coordinated defense. When a German mechanized division or Allied division has at least 3 units with an endurance rating of 5 or 6 stacked together or positioned so that each unit is adjacent to at least one other unit of the division, 1 is added to the combat die roll for attacks against a hex containing 1 or more of these units. Got it. Interesting. Okay. So you can have the units spread out across 3 different hexes. Okay, got it. Restrictions. If any unit of the division is shocked or unsupplied, a divisional integrity bonus may not be realized. Interesting. Even if it's not one of the units that's qualifying the division for the bonus? So like what if you have 4 units in the division, 3 of which meet that requirement, and then a last one is shocked or unsupplied? The maximum number, if I was reading it strictly, that would mean that you can't get the bonus, even though that seems a bit odd. The maximum number of divisional integrity die roll modifiers per combat is +1 or -1. The maximum number of modifiers is -1? What does that mean? I don't think he means maximum number. I think he means the maximum divisional integrity die roll modifier per combat. Net, you could call it the maximum net divisional integrity die roll modifier per combat is +1 or -1. I think that's what they mean. Okay, let's see if there's anything else here. Canceling the bonus. Fortifications and across Meuse river attacks cancel the attacker's flanking attack bonus. If both attacker and defender possess divisional integrity, regardless of the presence of a fortification or a Meuse river hex side, no modifier applies. Okay? Regardless of the hex side. Okay. So, for example, I think what this is saying is if you are the defender and you get the bonus, and the attacker is attacking you in the fortification, you don't get the bonus yourself as the defender. even though it seems like the attacker's bonus has been canceled. I think that's what that's saying. All right, let's see what this. The PDF lags whenever it loads these images. That's annoying. All right, let's see this example. For example, Panzerlehr is eligible for the flanking attack bonus. So I guess that's, yeah, you can see that on the left side here. So these 3 units. 3 of its 4 component units are involved in the attack. The 101st Airborne benefits from a coordinated defense because it is an allied division with an endurance rating of 5. So I believe that's the number in the middle. And at least 3 of its 4 component units is adjacent to at least one other of the division. Got it. Yep, makes sense. I like that. That's a nice rule. The Rebel Fury has a similar rule where if you have, what is it, cores? No, I don't remember. Yeah, core integrity bonus. I think it's if you have divisions within the core next to each other, then you get a bonus to your die roll. So not that's a familiar rule to me. All right, what's the next one? SS Panzer Scare. Commentary. Attacking SS Panzer units had a profound psychological effect on the American soldier during the opening stage of the battle. A combination of the fearsome Tiger tanks, which were often confused with Panther tanks, and the reputation of the SS soldier for tenacity and sometimes near reckless abandon in combat occasionally tipped the scale of battle. Rule. On the 16th p.m. through 17th p.m. turns, after declaring combat, where an attacking SS Panzer regiment is involved, or SS Panzer battalion, see Rule 36, the German player rolls the die to determine if one shift to the right occurs on the CRT. This die roll is conducted after the American player declares any supporting artillery and/or aircraft. Compare the die roll to the highest endurance rating of the defending units. If the die roll is equal to or greater than the endurance rating, one shift to the right occurs. A maximum of 1 die roll attempt may be applied per attack, regardless of the number of SS Panzer regiments or battalions involved in the attack. Okay. Example. On the 17th AM turn, the 12th SS Panzer Regiment attacks the 9th Regiment of the U.S. 2nd Infantry Division. A die roll of 5 or 6 results in a shift to the right on the CRT. Okay. Attrition. Commentary. As the battle progressed, combat units, particularly mechanized, became subject to fatigue and mechanical breakdown. Rule. Beginning with the 21st AM turn, any mechanized attacking unit that has been in play for 5 or more days, 10 turns, is subject to combat attrition. In any attack in which the combat result contains an asterisk on the CRT, the attacker is required to take a combat loss. The combat loss must be applied to a mechanized unit. In no case may this combat loss be applied to a unit that is already reduced. If all attacking mechanized units are reduced, or if all attacking units are non-mechanized, ignore this result. Okay? Bombardments. In general, the attacker may use his artillery to bombard defending ground units immediately preceding a combat phase ground attack in hopes that the bombardment will shock the defenders. Artillery used to bombard may not provide offensive ground support in the same game turn. Okay. Offensive ground support. Okay. Defending artillery may not bombard, nor may it support friendly units being bombarded. Okay. Procedure. It requires a minimum of 2 core artillery units or 2 rocket units to bombard. Bombardments do not use the CRT. Rather, the bombarding player rolls 1 die for each enemy unit in the bombarded hex. If the result is greater than the defending unit's endurance rating, the unit is shocked. Shock markers are provided to identify shocked units. Die roll modifiers. Apply a +1 die roll modifier to the bombardment die roll if 4 artillery units, in any combination, bombard the same hex. Bombarding with more than 4 artillery units confers no additional benefit. Apply a -1 die roll modifier when bombarding an enemy fortification. Example. The German player is bombarding a supplied American infantry unit with an endurance rating of 4 in Dinant with 3 core artillery and 1 rocket unit. A die roll of 4 occurs with both die roll modifiers canceling each other. What is the die roll modifier? Both die roll modifiers. What die roll modifiers are they talking about? In Dinant, I guess Dinant is a fortification, so the +1 for having 4 artillery units is canceled by the -1 of the fortification. I guess that's the idea. A die roll of 4 occurs. Okay, yeah. The American infantry unit is not shocked because the die roll did not exceed the unit's endurance rating of 4. Okay, got it. Restrictions. The hex bombarded must be adjacent to a friendly occupied hex, within range of the attacking artillery units, and must be subsequently attacked in the same combat phase. Bombardments may be conducted only once against a particular hex during a given combat phase. Okay, so this sounds very similar to the SCS concept of being disorganized, where you use your artillery to try to disorganize enemy units, and then you can attack them. And I think they're halved when they're disorganized in SCS. Effects of shock. Shocked units have their endurance ratings reduced by 1, and their combat factors halved. There we go. So very similar. Round any fractions up. Shocked units may not conduct Angriff attacks. Rule 23. Shocked units not occupying a fortification must retreat in the combat phase if required by the CRT, regardless of the presence of a friendly leader unit. Okay. Leader units, Rule 24. I was wondering, I don't remember reading anything about leader units. I guess that's a later rule. Leader units may not be shocked. Shock markers are removed at the end of the friendly player's turn. Got it. Okay. Challenging air interdiction. Procedure. German mechanized units may enter an interdicted road hex by paying 2 additional full movement points and stopping. If a mechanized unit wishes to move into or through the interdicted hex using the road movement rate, it must challenge the interdiction. Okay. Challenging the interdiction. Roll the die after the challenging unit pays the road movement cost to enter the interdicted forest road hex. On a die roll of 1 or 2, the unit takes a step loss and must stop in the interdicted hex. On a die roll of 3 or 4, the unit must stop in the interdicted hex. On a die roll of 5 or 6, the unit may continue moving at the road movement rate. If a failed challenge results in a violation of the stacking limit, at the end of the movement phase, overstacked units that challenge the interdiction must be eliminated. Wow, that's brutal. What is the justification for that? Okay. Angriff aus der Bewegung. Attack on the move. We were going through fast, all guns firing, straight up the road to bust through before they had time to get set. First Lieutenant Charles Boggess in Sherman Tank Cobra King. Commentary. Occasionally, armored units would attempt to bypass an enemy defensive position while friendly infantry tied down or otherwise occupied the enemy. This attempt required significant coordination and some degree of subterfuge on the part of the attacker. Angriff attack eligibility. Supplied German or Allied units may attempt an Angriff attack on odds of 2 to 1 or greater if the following conditions are met. Attacking units must include at least one armor or panzer unit containing a silhouette possessing an endurance rating of 5 or greater. The attacker must have odds of 2 to 1 or greater. Should the defender commit defensive ground support resulting in odds less than 2 to 1, the combat must be conducted as a non-Angriff attack using the standard CRT. Okay, so it's a bit of a gamble. An Angriff attack may not be selected if refighting an engaged battle. An Angriff attack may not be conducted during the 16th AM game turn. Procedure. The intention to use this tactic must be announced prior to the resolution of combat. The attacker uses the special Angriff attack table. All die roll modifiers and column shifts still apply. Maximum odds. Due to the sequencing of the attacker's CRT shifts and die roll modifiers prior to the defender's CRT shifts and die roll modifiers, no Angriff attack against a defender in forest or broken terrain may ever exceed 3 to 1 odds. Okay. Don't quite understand what that means, but okay. I mean, I don't understand why that needs to be a rule. Restrictions. Units may not be bombarded, Rule 21, in the same combat phase prior to an Angriff attack. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Shocked units may not participate in an Angriff attack. Neither player may commit aircraft to an Angriff attack. A unit advancing after an Angriff attack may not cross an unbridged river hex side unless it did not move during the movement phase. Okay. What is the justification for that rule for the aircraft? I'm not sure. Results. The defending unit is never retreated or forced to lose a step in an Angriff attack. Okay. An Angriff advance allows attacking mechanized units to advance in any direction except into the hex or into the zone of control of a unit defending in the attack. Okay. Advance in any direction except into the hex or into the zone of control of any. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to understand an example of what that would look like on the map. How do you attack a unit and then advance into a hex other than a zone of control of that unit? That doesn't make sense to me. Mechanized units advancing after an Angriff attack must still abide by all movement to include river hex sides, air interdiction, and advance restrictions. So movement restrictions to include river hex sides, air interdiction restrictions, and advance restrictions, and must stop upon entering the first enemy zone of control. Okay. Non-mechanized attacking units may not advance at all. non-mechanized attacking units may not advance at all, and at least one attacking infantry unit or mechanized infantry unit must remain adjacent to the defending units. Okay. Yeah, this one would really benefit from a picture. This rule would definitely benefit from like a picture or two. Leader units. One of the most interesting and tricky battles I have handled. Field Marshal Sir Bernard Law Montgomery. Note, this replaces the basic game's reserve rule. Commentary. Leader units represent various army and corps leaders and their staffs. They have the ability to influence combat and dispatch reserves. See illustration, page 3. Leader's influence. The leader's influence is the number of battles a leader may affect in any player's turn. Leader's range. The leader's range represents a line of communication in hexes from the leader unit. The line of communication may be traced through any type of terrain, but may not be traced through an enemy zone of control unless the zone of control is occupied by a friendly unit. Okay. Properties of leader units. Leaders may move as mechanized or non-mechanized units, interchanging between the two at any time. Leaders do not count towards stacking limits, with the exception that only one leader may occupy a given hex. Leaders may advance after combat when stacked with friendly attacking units. Leader units may be selected to satisfy combat losses. Wow, okay, interesting. Leaders have no zone of control, no combat strength, and if alone in a hex in an empty zone of control, they are immediately eliminated. Interesting. So yeah, I have not run into this concept before. Combat capability. Any combat unit that is not shocked or that is shocked and occupying a fortification and is within range of a friendly leader unit may take combat losses rather than retreat. So this is like the determined defense rule in Mark Simonich's system. Although in that one, I think you roll. I think you roll to determine if you're going to take a loss. If a player chooses to exercise a leader's influence, the entire retreat obligation must be satisfied by combat losses. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So you can't retreat. The number of hexes to be retreated may not be split between step losses and retreated hexes. Okay. Oh, and you have to be within range of a leader to use this. Okay, I understand what this is saying. It's saying you have to choose either to retreat or take losses. You can't do both. You can't mix and match. Units that participated in the combat but are not within the leader's range and shocked units not occupying a fortification must still retreat. A leader's influence may be used during attack and again during defense. Okay. A leader's influence may be used during attack and again during defense. Okay, examples. A stack of units occupying the fortified town of Bastogne incurs a 1d2 combat result and is in range of a friendly leader unit. The stack must take a mandatory 1 combat loss, and in addition, may choose to remain in place and take 2 additional combat losses, or retreat 2 hexes. The mandatory step loss may come from any of the defending units. Any shocked units must retreat 2 hexes, while unshocked units and shocked units occupying a fortification may remain in place by absorbing 2 losses if in range of a friendly leader unit. Okay. Reserves. Placing units in reserve. At the start of each player's turn, any supplied mechanized unit may be declared in reserve by placing a reserve marker on the unit. Non-mechanized units may not be placed in reserve. Units in reserve may not move or conduct combat. Releasing units from reserve. This is, I guess, the change. What is this? Like a more complicated reserve rule? Oh, this is part of the leader rule. Okay. Releasing units from reserve. One of the following friendly leader units must occupy the same hex at the beginning of the mechanized exploitation movement phase for the reserve unit to be released. Manteuffel, Patton, or Collins. Interesting. The remaining leaders may also release reserves, but only if they did not move, and only if they started the friendly player turn in the same hex as the mechanized unit to be released. Okay. So I think what that's saying is that these guys can move into position. They can move during their movement phase into the hex that these reserve units are in and start that exploitation movement. Whereas the other leaders, they have to start their movement phase in that hex already. Yeah. Okay. The Peiper Panzer Regiment and Fuhrer Escort Brigade, FUEs, may be released from reserve without the need for an accompanying leader. This exception reflects the aggressiveness and independent tactical initiative exhibited by their commanders, Jochen Peiper and Otto Remer, respectively. Moved counters. 3 German moved markers are provided in the counter mix to designate a leader unit that has moved. Okay. Procedure. After all combat, any reserve mechanized unit and the leader that released it may conduct an exploitation movement using their full movement factors. The leader unit does not have to accompany the reserve unit and may conduct exploitation movement only if it had not moved during the prior movement phase. Okay, got it? No combat may be performed after this exploitation move. Losing reserve status. If at any time a unit in reserve is adjacent to an enemy unit, remove the reserve marker. The unit is no longer considered in reserve. Only a leader unit may release a mechanized unit from reserve. Should a German leader unit be eliminated, immediately remove any reserve markers from mechanized units of the appropriate army. Okay. Montgomery. The Montgomery leader may influence combat and dispatch reserves of either Allied nationality. The Montgomery. Okay. The other Allied leaders may do so only with units of their own nationality. Okay. German leader restrictions. German leader units may release reserves only with mechanized units belonging to their own army. German mechanized reinforcements must be declared attached to one of the 3 German armies on their turn of arrival. Oh god, so this is like the kind of thing where this is kind of buried. I would really need like a player aid that tells you what you need to do when a unit arrives. And this is one of the things. When it arrives, you have to declare what it's attached to. German leader units, however, may influence any battle within range, regardless of army affiliation. German leader units are obligated to abide by the same army boundary limitations as mechanized units belonging to the same army. Okay. Fuel dumps. They are deliberately sacrificing their armor to bleed us dry. Colonel Hessler, Battle of the Bulge. Hidden fuel dumps. At the start of the game, the Allied player determines the location of two hidden fuel dumps, one in the vicinity of Hex 1809, Francorchamps, and one in the vicinity of Hex 2719, Samri. Secretly roll the die twice for each fuel dump. Use the sum of the dice, and then reference the fuel dump matrix right to determine the location of the fuel dump. Record the locations on a piece of paper. Okay, so this is like another rule that's kind of buried. I really need a play raid that lists this stuff in chronological order. Okay, fuel dump, drop matrix, got it. So you roll a 2d6? Yes, roll it twice. Got it. Okay. Example, if a 2 or 6 is rolled for the Francorchamps fuel dump, the dump is placed in Hex 1909. Got it. Capture. At the moment a German unit enters a fuel dump hex, and a line of supply can be traced from the fuel dump hex to the eastern map edge, the Allied player must declare its location. Okay. And the fuel dump is considered captured. Should the Francorchamps fuel dump be captured, any die roll on the supply shortage table applicable to mechanized units of the 6th Panzer Army is ignored. Do not re-roll the dice. Okay. Should the Samre fuel dump be captured, any die roll on the supply shortage table applicable to mechanized units of the 5th Panzer Army is ignored. Do not re-roll the die. If both fuel dumps are captured, the German player need not roll on the supply shortage table for the remainder of the game. A fuel dump's location must be revealed whenever a German unit moves into the fuel dump hex. But it is not considered captured until the German unit can trace a German line of supply to the hex. Once captured, fuel dumps may be recaptured by the opposing player. Got it. Destruction. At the moment a German unit is adjacent to an Allied occupied fuel dump hex, the Allied player has the option of declaring the location of the fuel dump and rolling the die for its destruction. Any supplied or unsupplied Allied ground unit may attempt to blow a fuel dump. Okay. So what does that mean? You have to have a unit in the hex? If the Allied player declines the initial opportunity to blow the fuel dump, the next opportunity occurs at the end of the next Allied combat phase. One destruction attempt may be performed per fuel dump per turn. On a die roll of 1, 2, or 3, the dump is destroyed. The fuel dump hex must be Allied occupied, there we go, adjacent to an enemy occupied hex, and its location revealed prior to any destruction attempt die roll. Got it. So it's basically like a bridge. It's very similar to a bridge blow attempt. Surrender. Nuts. McAuliffe's reply to the German surrender demands at Bastogne. Rule. Each turn, beginning with the 17th AM game turn, that units possessing an unmodified endurance rating of 3 or less are determined to be out of supply and are surrounded by enemy zones of control in adjacent hexes, the die is rolled. If a 6 is rolled, one step loss from each affected unit is considered to have surrendered. Full strength units are flipped to their reduced strength side, while reduced strength units are removed from play. These die rolls are done before friendly movement and combat. So the die is rolled per hex. That units... So you roll 1 die for the whole map. From each affected unit. Yeah, I think you roll 1 die for the whole map. Should a hex of out-of-supply units contain 1 or more units with an unmodified endurance rating of 4 or greater, none of the units in the hex is subject to surrender. Okay, got it. So basically you want to get some good units into Bastogne or something like that to prevent them from surrendering. Or you don't want to leave crappy units to guard those key, junctions. Peiper and Skorzeny. It's a long way to Tipperary, boys. Lieutenant Colonel Joachim Peiper to prisoners of Battery B of the 285th Field Artillery Observation Battalion. Commentary. Kampfgruppe Peiper and Panzer Brigade 150, under the command of Colonel Skorzeny, possessed special capabilities. Peiper's force was very strong, with 5,000 men, 100 tanks, including more than 40 Tigers, a battalion each of Panzer Grenadiers and self-propelled artillery, a motorized flak battalion, a combat engineer battalion, and a Panzer Recon battalion. Panzer Brigade 150 was disguised as an American unit of the 5th Armored Division and was partially equipped with captured American tanks and vehicles. It was intended to slip through Allied lines during the confusion caused by the attack of 6th Panzer Army. Kampfgruppe Peiper. For the 17th AM game turn only, Kampfgruppe Peiper receives the following benefits. It may ignore enemy zones of control and air interdiction in the movement phase. If placed in reserve, it may ignore air interdiction and may attempt to ignore enemy zones of control during its exploitation movement. This is done by rolling 1 die for each attempt to move through an enemy zone of control. On a die roll of 1, 2, or 3, the attempt is successful. On a roll of 4, 5, or 6, the attempt is unsuccessful, and the Kampfgruppe must end its movement. If placed in reserve, it may attack after completing all units' exploitation movement. Oh, interesting. So normally I don't think you can attack after exploitation movement, but in this particular case you can. The attack must be conducted by the Peiper unit alone, without friendly unit air support or friendly artillery support, against any adjacent enemy units. The attack is conducted normally with all applicable die roll modifiers and CRT shifts. At any time during this attack's advance after combat, you may convert the remaining unused hex advance to movement points. Unused hex advance to movement points. And move Kampfgruppe Peiper through connecting road hexes at the road movement rate. Okay. I think what that's saying is that you can, right, so if you have like a 2 hex advance, you can move into 1 hex using what's called the hex advance, and then you can, for the second advance, you can convert that to movement points, so you'll have 1 movement point, and then you can move along the road movement rate, which is, I forget what, like 1/3 or 1/4. Example. From hex 1211, Peiper attacks a reduced regiment in hex 1311. The result is a 1d3. Peiper may advance to hex 1311 and then advance 8 hexes along the road. Got it. Panzer Brigade 150. On any one game turn from the 16th p.m. through 18th p.m., Panzer Brigade 150 may attempt to ignore enemy zones of control. This may be done only once by rolling a die for the attempt to move through an enemy zone of control. On a die roll of 1, 2, or 3, the attempt is successful. Any other die roll, and the attempt is unsuccessful. The unit must end its movement. A successful Skorzeny sneak may occur in either the German movement phase or the German mechanized exploitation phase. Okay. Got it? It may not occur during an advance after combat and must stop upon entering the first Allied zone of control. Got it. Inter-Allied cooperation. We are going to lick the Germans here today. General Ridgway, Order of the Day, 24th of December, 1944. British movement restriction. The 11th 29 Armor Brigade and Montgomery Leader are the only British units that may cross the Meuse River. Okay. Stacking restriction. Except for the Montgomery Leader, British and US units may not voluntarily stack together. Okay. Combat penalty. Due to the difficulty encountered in coordinating inter-Allied operations, one column shift benefiting the German player is applied on the CRT for any combat involving both American and British non-leader units. Okay. Wow, okay, that's brutal. Got it. Artillery and aircraft. So you really don't want to stack them together. Or maybe you can't. I don't remember. Artillery and aircraft. Artillery may support any combat involving at least one unit of its own nationality. Allied aircraft units may support combat involving either friendly nationality. Random events. All you people here in this region are terrorists. Peiper to M. Natalis, Staumont. Once during the game, at the start of the 18th AM game turn, after the placement of any Allied air interdiction, the German player rolls the die. Rolls the die. Why do they say the die? Rolls a die. And implements the directive. I guess maybe the game only comes with one die. Once during the game, okay. Wanderheit, parachute drop successful. The German player selects one non-forest, non-town hex north of the 6th Panzer Army boundary as the drop zone. He then rolls the die twice for each of the 4 VDH companies. Use the sum of the dice and reference the VDH drop matrix. Wanderheit drop matrix. The matrix is the same as that used for hidden fuel dumps. The sum of the dice determines the landing site for each of the 4 companies. Okay, got it. So they're talking about that hex grid, showing the hexes around a central hex. Each Allied unit entering a landing site hex occupied by a Wanderheit company must make a die roll. Okay. 1, 2, or 3 has no effect. 4, 5, or 6, the unit must pay 1 additional movement point to enter the hex. So this is not like a combat unit. The Allied unit attempting the hex entry must have an additional movement point to expend prior to making the attempt. It costs the Allied player 1 additional movement point to enter a landing site hex containing 2 or more Wanderheit units. Okay, no die roll is required. Allied units may retreat without penalty through a hex occupied by one or more Vanderheit units. Okay, got it. So this is putting 2 or more unit of these Vanderheit units in a single hex is like a way to guarantee that it will have, the allies will have to pay 1 movement point. Got it. Remove every company at the end of the turn that its hex has been entered by an allied unit or the beginning of the 19th AM game turn, whichever occurs first. Got it. Okay. So this is basically a way to like slow the allies down, but these are not combat units. SS atrocities increase American resolve. Add 1 to the die roll for all German attacks involving SS units on the next 2 game turns. Oh, so these are like, so you roll a d6 and the number that you roll on the d6 is the number of the event that happens. Add 1 to the die roll for all German attacks involving SS units. Okay. So how does that increase American resolve? And how are those atrocities? How is that increasing the German attack ability? That doesn't make any sense. German commandos prevent bridge destruction. At the end of the German 18th AM game turn, the German player may designate 1 bridge north of the 6th Panzer Army boundary, which may not be blown by the American player. This effect prevents demolition during the Allied 18th AM game turn. Okay. German commando deception. The German player selects 1 town hex north of the 6th Panzer Army boundary. For the 18th AM game turn, each Allied unit entering the town must make a die roll. On a 1, 2, or 3, there's no effect. On a 4 or 5, the unit may not use road movement for the remainder of the turn. On a 6, the unit must stop and end movement. Okay. Operation Bodenplatte launched. At great risk, the Luftwaffe attempts to neutralize Allied air power. Each player rolls the die and subtracts this die roll from his next available unused air units, carrying over any excess losses to the next appropriate game turns. Subtracts this die roll from his next available unused air units. Okay, got it. So like if you roll a, so each player rolls, so if the Luftwaffe roll a 6, that means that the next 6 air reinforcements are not available. Got it. Jagdtigers reach the bulge. The 653rd Jagdpanzer may enter on the 18th AM turn from any eastern board edge road hex containing a boxed letter. This unit does not count against stacking restrictions. Okay. Schnee Eifel. Commentary. Without a doubt, the Schnee Eifel was the most rugged terrain in the Ardennes. This, in addition to the congested road net, limited the German breakout opportunity in this region. Rule. On the 16th AM turn, subtract 1 from the number of hexes that the Germans may advance or retreat after combat against either of the 2 Allied units in the Schnee Eifel. Okay. Variable surprise shift. Note, this replaces Rule 15.1 in the basic game. For each combat declared on the German 16th AM turn involving a German mechanized unit possessing an endurance rating of 5, the German player rolls the die to determine if 1 shift to the right occurs on the CRT. Okay. The die roll is conducted after the Allied player declares any supporting artillery. If the die roll is greater than the highest endurance rating of the defending units, then the surprise is successful, and the German player receives the shift. If the die roll is less than or equal to the highest endurance rating of the defending units, then no surprise is achieved, and no shift is received. Okay. How is that different from the normal rule? Oh, I think it's that you might not get the shift. I think that's the idea. For example, on the 16th AM turn, Panzer attacks the 14th Armored Cavalry. A die roll of 5 or 6 results in a shift to the right on the CRT. Okay. Combined arms bonus. Rule. If an armor or panzer unit is attacking into a clear or light woods hex, in combination with both an infantry or mechanized infantry unit and an artillery unit, then the attacker receives a 1 column shift to the right on the CRT. The combination of attacking units need not occupy the same hex. Okay. So this applies to either side, infantry and artillery. The artillery must either provide offensive ground support or have successfully bombarded at least one of the defending units. Okay? The shift is negated if the defender occupies an improved position. Okay, got it. Monschau artillery restriction. During the initial staff planning for the offensive, Field Marshal Model, commander of Army Group B, forbade the use of artillery on the historic town of Monschau. His staff conveyed that he wished to save the historic buildings and landmarks within the town. Therefore, the 6th Panzer Army artillery was not free to use their guns on the American defense located in the town. During the course of the battle, the town escaped the artillery pounding that occurred throughout the rest of the front. Should this optional rule be selected, the German player may not use artillery support in any initial attack on the town of Monschau. This restriction applies only for the 16th AM game turn. Accelerated Allied leader reaction. The German offensive came as a complete surprise to the Allied High Command. At the time, it was felt that the Germans were capable of only limited offensive action. German radio jamming and the effects of the initial artillery bombardment, to include long-range artillery, which focused on centers of communication, succeeded admirably in creating confusion within the Allied ranks. Initial impressions were that the offensive could be nothing more than local spoiling attacks, or an attempt to shorten the defensive line in key locations. This optional rule assumes that the Allied leaders were more prompt to react to the reports of German attacks. Allow all Allied leader units to move their full movement allowance beginning with the 16th AM game turn. Okay. German 7th Army Garrison. The primary objective of the German 7th Army was to provide flank protection for the 5th Panzer Army. Hitler envisioned the 7th Army advancing as far as Luxembourg City, Arlon, and Neufchâteau. The more realistic German General Staff recognized the fact that Brandenburger would be fortunate to get half that far, and directed him to capture Martlange to the west and Mersch to the south. Of the 3 German armies, the 7th Army was the only one to come close to obtaining its objectives, a fairly remarkable feat given its limited resources. Using this optional rule, The German player must occupy the towns of Mersch and Konsdorf and hexes 1134 and 0335 at the beginning of each German game turn from the 18th AM through the 21st PM turns. Okay. For each game turn that this condition is not met, the movement factor of every unit assigned to the German 7th Army is reduced by 1 during the German movement phase, and movement for German 7th Army mechanized units during the mechanized exploitation phase is prohibited. Okay, so the idea here is to what is the purpose of this rule? Is to limit the 7th Army? It's a historical limitation on the army. I think that's the idea. I think that's the idea. It's like it's preventing you from using this force in an unrealistic way. Or, I mean, in a way other than the historical way that it was used. Okay. Variant rules. The Peiper Alternative. The Peiper Alternative variant may be used with the campaign game, the extended campaign game, any of the scenarios beginning on the 16th AM turn, the early German offensive scenario, and the Southern Shoulder scenario. It is not applicable to the Patton's Relief of Bastogne scenario or the Erasing the Bulge scenario. For actual tournament play, this variant is not used for the 8-turn scenario that begins on the 16th AM turn, but it is used for the 6-turn scenario that begins on the 16th AM turn. The Peiper Alternative replaces the single Kampfgruppe Peiper unit with 3 separate units representing the battalions comprising the Kampfgruppe, including elements of Headquarters 1st SS Panzer Regiment, artillery, engineer, and an attached Luftwaffe flak battalion. The 3 Peiper Alternative units are equal in combined combat strength to the original Kampfgruppe Peiper unit. Okay. And retain the endurance rating of 6 and movement allowance of 5. The Peiper Alternative units are this. So this is I guess these are battalions? This is a battalion. Standard, alternate. Okay. Also used with the Peiper Alternative is a Peiper Leader unit. The alternate Peiper Leader unit is to be used only if the SS Atrocity random event occurs. Okay, what's the purpose of that? It's purely visual? The Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper Combat Unit retains all the properties listed under Rule 27.1. In addition, the following rules are in effect. Kampfgruppe Peiper Combat Unit. Okay. What is the Kampfgruppe? All Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper units must be within 2 hexes of at least one other Peiper Alternative unit at the end of any movement or combat phase, including advance after combat. Allied units and their zones of control may be present between Peiper Alternative units that are within 2 hexes of each other. There is no requirement for Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper units to be within 2 hexes of another 1st SS Panzer Division regiment. Okay. The Peiper leader unit may not be used to determine the within 2 hex rules for other Peiper alternative units. If possible, no Peiper alternative unit may end a retreat more than 2 hexes from another Peiper alternative unit. A Peiper alternative unit which ends a retreat more than 2 hexes from another Peiper alternative unit must, by the end of the following German player's turn, be within 2 hexes of at least one other Peiper alternative unit. Only the 1st SS Panzer Battalion and Abteilung 501 receive the SS Panzer Scare benefit. If both these units are in the same attack, only one SS Panzer Scare die roll is allowed. If the 1st SS Panzer Battalion and Abteilung 501 are in their own separate attacks, each attack is eligible for an SS Panzer Scare die roll. First SS. Here are these 1st SS, Abteilung 501. In addition to I don't know how to read this. In addition to 1st SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment and the 2nd SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment, both the 1st SS Panzer Battalion and 3rd SS Panzer Grenadier Battalion are required for the 1st SS Panzer Divisional Integrity for a flanking attack. They're both required for 1st SS Panzer Divisional Integrity for a flanking attack or coordinated defense die roll modifier are required. Okay. I think what this is saying is that for this particular bonus, you need to have a certain number of units. I think it's like 3 units. And what he's saying here is that, yes, we're splitting up this one unit into 3. We're splitting up this particular unit. And so for the purpose of this other bonus, you have to have these 2 demi units or, smaller versions. You need to have them both present in order to get that bonus that they talked about earlier. Sure, SS Panzer Abteilung 501 is not necessary for the 1st SS Panzer Divisional Integrity. This one. First SS Panzer Battalion, 3rd SS Panzer Grenadier Battalion. Third. What is the 1st SS Panzer Battalion, 3rd SSS Panzer Grenadier? Oh, okay. So this unit and this unit, these 2 units need to be present in order to get that bonus, the divisional integrity bonus. Both of them have to be participating or something like that, or they have to be adjacent. This one does not need to be there. Is it they just have to be adjacent or they have to be participating? I think they have to be participating in the attack. Anyway, I'd have to look at the earlier rule. Okay, well, I get it. Note, although attached to Kampfgruppe Peiper, Schwer SS Panzer Abteilung 501 was an independent heavy Tiger battalion with primary assignment to the 1st SS Panzer Corps. Okay. Abteilung 501 and 1st SS Panzer Battalion may each qualify separately as contributors to a combined arms bonus. Okay. Okay, so the combined arm, right, I remember them talking about that. That's where you mix 3 different unit types. It's like you mix tanks and infantry and artillery and in open terrain, and you get a bonus. The 3rd SS Panzer Grenadier Battalion does not qualify as a contributor for determining a combined arms bonus. Got it, okay. Both Abteilung 501 and 1st SS Panzer Battalion require participation of an infantry regiment or Panzer Grenadier Regiment. and an artillery unit to qualify for the combined arms bonus. Okay, well, that's not saying anything new. Yeah, like this, I feel like this sentence could be taken out. I don't think that's saying anything new. Similar to the standard Kampfgruppe Peiper unit, all three Peiper Alternative units are free to ignore engaged combat results. Okay. All Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper units may be stacked with other German units. All three Panzer Peiper Alternative units, when occupying one hex, are treated as one unit for stacking purposes. Got it. Otherwise, all solitary Peiper Alternative units are treated as 1/3 of a unit for stacking purposes. There is no additional movement point cost in stacking or separating Panzer Peiper Alternative units. Within the aforementioned conditions, Peiper Alternative units may combine, separate, and recombine with themselves or other units at the German player's discretion. Individual Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper units are considered 1/3 of a unit for purposes of exiting the map. All three Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper units are required to exit the map to count as one unit for determining victory conditions. The Peiper leader unit does not count towards units contributing to victory conditions. A Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper unit does not have a zone of control, unless stacked with the Peiper Alternative 3rd SS Panzergrenadier Battalion. So that's the infantry, or mechanized infantry. The 3rd SS Panzergrenadier Battalion does not have its own zone of control. It only serves to create a zone of control when it is in the same hex with one or both of the other Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper units. A Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper unit endurance rating benefit occurs regardless of the number of Peiper Alternative units occupying a hex. Providing all three Peiper Alternative units are at full strength and located in the same hex, they may combine and be replaced with the standard Kampfgruppe Peiper unit. Conversely, the standard full-strength Kampfgruppe Peiper unit may, in the same fashion, be broken down into the three Peiper Alternative units. This may occur at any time during a game turn, including the combat phase, for the purpose of resolving a firefight or advance or retreat after combat. Subsequent to unit combination or unit substitution, the remaining movement allowance is the least number of movement points remaining from among the involved units. For example, during a German movement phase, the three Peiper Alternative units move into the same hex. In doing so, the 3rd SS Panzergrenadier Battalion expends 2 movement points. The 1st SS Panzer Battalion expends 3 movement points, and Abteilung 501 expends 5 movement points. All three Peiper alternate units are then substituted with the standard Peiper unit. The unit may move no further than this movement phase because Abteilung 501 expended all 5 of its movement points. Got it. If any of the Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper Battalion units are reduced or eliminated, no replacement with the standard Kampfgruppe Peiper unit is allowed. In addition to conforming to standard DBW leader rules, what's that? Combat influence, range, movement, etc. The Peiper leader unit operates with the following special rules. It may only be used in conjunction with the 3 Peiper Alternative units or standard Peiper unit. What is the purpose of all this complexity? Like what? It doesn't explain why this would be called for. Like what they're trying to do here. All right. So the Peiper leader unit may only be used in conjunction with the 3 Peiper Alternative units or standard Peiper unit. It has no influence or effect on any other German unit used in Bitter Woods. Oh, deluxe Bitter Woods. Okay, that's probably what that means. If stacked with non-Kampfgruppe Peiper units that are attacked, it may not convert retreat hexes into step losses for the non-Kampfgruppe Peiper units. It may convert retreats into step losses only for the 3 Peiper Alternative units. Okay, this is kind of like repetitive. The Peiper leader unit may be chosen as a step loss in combat only when stacked in the same hex with another Peiper Alternative unit. The leader unit may move and release Peiper Alternative reserve status units in the same turn, similar to the Manteuffel and Patton leader units. Any number of Peiper Alternative Kampfgruppe Peiper units, including the standard Peiper unit, may be placed in reserve and may move in a mechanized exploitation phase only if released by the Peiper leader unit or the Dietrich leader unit. Okay. The Peiper leader unit must conform to the within 2 hex rules for Peiper Alternative units at the end of the mechanized exploitation phase. Okay. If the SS Atrocity random event is rolled, the standard Peiper leader unit must be immediately changed to the alternate Mugshot Peiper leader unit. This replacement is in effect for the remainder of the game. The Mugshot unit retains the same capabilities as the standard Peiper leader unit. So then what's the point? Why? That doesn't explain what the point of that is. The Peiper leader unit is an exception to Rule 24.3. It is free to stack with other leader units in the same hex. German Army Artillery. This variant adds 1 artillery unit counter for each of the 3 German armies and introduces army command and control for the German Corps Artillery and the Nebelwerfer brigades. Okay. The German Army Artillery variant may be used with the campaign games and any of the scenarios. German Army level artillery assets. These units are essentially undersized, immobile corps artillery groups. The Army designation reflects their organization, not their size. They have guns that vary in range. They are governed by all rules for German corps artillery, except as follows. They stack for free. They are immobile and may not move. If they are required to retreat, they are eliminated instead. The starting locations for the German Army level artillery units are shown on the German Order of Appearance card. These starting locations are identical for all applicable scenarios except the Plan Martin scenario. For the Plan Martin scenario, each of these units may be placed in any hex of their respective army setup area that is not adjacent to an allied combat unit. Okay. I'm wondering what the motivation for this rule is, but I'll just keep reading. German Artillery Command and Control. The German Artillery Command and Control system was exceptional. However, during the Battle of the Bulge, it was proven beyond a doubt that the American system was second to none. U.S. Army field artillery units were equipped with an abundance of transport and ammunition. The U.S. Army Artillery Command and Control system was vastly superior with its unique fire direction centers, L4 air observation units, graphical firing tables, and especially its FM radio network. The U.S. Army Artillery FM radio network allowed artillery battalions from neighboring corps and armies to be called when help was needed. No other country possessed the resources necessary to permit this flexibility. When using this variant, the flexibility of German artillery is curtailed in order to more accurately reflect its inferiority to the American system. For the first 3 days, 6 game turns, the German Corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades of the 5th Panzer Army, 6th Panzer Army, and 7th Army must adhere to the same army boundary restrictions as German mechanized units. They may not violate each other's army boundaries, as described below. The German Corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades of the 6th Panzer Army may not attack into, move into, or move south of the road beginning at hex 0915. The German Corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades of the 5th Panzer Army may move along this road and attack out of it, but may not move north of the road. The German Corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades of both armies may use the road from 0613 to 0914 inclusive. Okay. So, but this is not army level artillery. They're talking about corps level artillery. So maybe this is like a separate rule from this is like a separate thing from the army level artillery. Okay. The German Corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades of the 5th Panzer Army and 7th Army Sixth, fifth, may move along the road beginning at hex 1129 and attack out of it, but 5th Panzer Army German Corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades may not move south of the road, and German Corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades of the 7th Army may not move north of the road. Okay. German Corps artillery may only provide offensive or defensive support to combat involving at least one unit of the same army designation. Okay, so I just went and got an image of the setup because I wanted to understand what these rules were regarding the artillery. So basically what it is you see this red and yellow dotted line. That's the border that they're talking about. There's 3 segments. There's 3 armies. You've got in the north, apparently, 6th Army. In the middle, you've got the 5th Army. And in the bottom, you've got the 7th Army. And so what they're saying is that the 6th Army artillery can't attack south of this red and yellow line. Both the 6th Army and the 5th Army can share this segment of road, starting where this blue unit is, and then going west to this hex. So they can both use that road. And then down here, same idea. This artillery up in the middle can't shoot south of this red and yellow line. And the artillery for this unit can't attack north of this red and yellow line. So that's the idea there, basically. So where was I here? German Corps artillery may only provide offensive or defensive support to combat involving at least one unit of the same army designation. Furthermore, German Corps artillery may only bombard enemy units that are adjacent to a hex containing at least one German unit of the same army designation. Got it. The German artillery command and control restrictions are removed beginning with the 19th AM game turn. German corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades may retreat across an army boundary, but must conform to the army boundary rules at the earliest opportunity. Those German corps artillery units and Nebelwerfer brigades that move west of an army boundary termination point prior to the 19th AM game turn are free to ignore the boundaries for the remainder of the game. Sure. So the termination points are where you see these red and yellow lines ending. They're saying if you get that far, you don't have to worry about boundaries at that point. I'm not sure what the justification for that is, but that's what it says. Additional random events. For players who wish to explore additional historical subtleties associated with the Battle of the Bulge, it is recommended that these random events be used in addition to those provided in Section 29 of the rules. The first set of additional random events become possible on the German 17th AM turn. The second set of additional random events become possible on the German 19th AM turn. Players may use either or both sets of the additional random events for the campaign game, the extended campaign game, the 6-turn scenario beginning on 16th AM, the 8-turn scenario beginning on 16th AM, and the Southern Shoulder scenario. They are not intended for use with the Patton's Relief of Bastogne scenario, the Plan Martin scenario, or the early German offensive scenario. Additional random events, 17th AM. The German player rolls 2 dice at the beginning of the 17th AM turn, and the results are applied. Random event. On a 2 to 3, night sights for 3rd Panzer Regiment, 2nd Panzer Division. Increase the endurance rating of the regiment to 6 on all PM turns beginning with the 17th PM turn. On a 4, Bayerlein distracted by Belgian locals. The movement factor of all Panzerlehr units is reduced to 2 for the 17th AM turn. Sepp Dietrich gets bombed and may not release reserves from the 17th AM through the 18th PM. The Heiderscheid Bridge, hex 1630, where's that? 1630 here, may not be blown by the American player on the 17th AM or 17th PM turns. For the rest of the game, the Samri dump may only be blown on a die roll of 1. Damned Engineers. Samri dump. I don't want to have to hunt through it. There's a lot of towns here. That's something I'd look for later. Okay, I found it. This is the Samri dump here, kind of in the middle of the map. For the rest of the game, that dump may only be blown on a die roll of 1. Damned Engineers. One time during the game, the Allied player may designate a bridge blown without a die roll. However, all other bridge blowing requirements must be met. This event does not negate the 18th AM random event number 3. Rear area hysteria. The movement factors of Generals Hodges and Middleton are halved until the end of the American 18th PM turn. The 106th Infantry Division receives air supply. Regiments of the 106th that are east of the Our River are automatically in supply on December 17th and December 18th. So is that this one? Or is that a different? Muse. I guess it's this one. Oh, here's the ore. Here. Oh, okay, it's right here. Okay, this first one. For each of these regiments that begins an Allied turn west of the Ore River, east of the Ore River, west of the Ore, the normal supply rules are in effect. The US player does not need to designate aircraft for this result to take effect. The Fu Guard Brigade, not sure how to pronounce that, arrives as a reinforcement for the German 7th Army on the 17th AM turn. Additional random events, 19th AM turn. The German player rolls 2 dice at the beginning of the 19th AM turn, and the results are applied. On a 2, German logisticians are fully prepared for the Ardennes offensive. German mechanized units are not subject to German supply shortage for this game. Interesting. Also, include the German artillery supply event listed directly below. German logisticians are better prepared for the Ardennes offensive. Starting on the 19th AM turn, German artillery may use their combat strength once during each player turn. So rather than once per game turn, it's once per each player turn. Okay. Operation Spatlese. The German 15th Army launches its planned offensive on the 21st AM turn. The Germans receive no reinforcements after the 22nd AM turn. The Allies receive no American reinforcements on the north edge, K through Q, after the 22nd AM. K through Q. So K is here. So all of, wow, through here, all the way to here. The Allies received no American reinforcements after the 22nd AM turn. Also, reduce Allied aircraft by 2 units for each turn from the 21st AM through the 26th PM. Hitler agrees with Manteuffel that the German 7th Army needs a mechanized division. The 9th Panzer Division reinforces the German 7th Army on the 19th AM turn. Hitler agrees with Manteuffel that the German 7th Army needs a mechanized division. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division reinforces the German 7th Army on the 19th AM turn. Kampfgruppe Peiper receives air supply. Peiper is automatically in supply from the German 19th AM turn through the Allied 21st PM turn. Operation Spatlese delayed. The German 15th Army launches its planned offensive on the 22nd AM. The Germans received no reinforcements after the 23rd AM. The Allies received no US reinforcements on the north edge after the 23rd AM. Also, reduce Allied aircraft by 1 unit for each turn from the 24th AM through the 26th PM. U.S. infantry bombed by the 9th Air Force. Immediately reduce a full-strength U.S. infantry regiment north of the 6th Panzer Army boundary. Hex priorities. 1. Malmedy, north of the 6th Panzer Army boundary. I thought the 6th Panzer Army was the northernmost army. I thought it was 657. I don't see where. I don't. Yeah, they don't have like headquarters units to tell me which. Okay, whatever. Hex priorities. Number 1, Malmedy. Where's Malmedy? Here. So I guess this is the 6th. So I guess, oh, okay. So I guess this boundary is for the 6 because this is the 6 here. Right, north of the 6 Panzer Army boundaries. So hex priorities is number 1, Malmedy, which is here. Number 2, any other town. And number 3, any other hex. If there are no full-strength infantry units available, re-roll the random event. The Russians launched their anticipated winter offensive early. The German player receives no aircraft units after the 24th p.m. turn, and the German reinforcements that are scheduled to arrive on the 25th a.m. and 25th p.m. turns are sent to the Eastern Front instead. Hitler directs more V weapons at Liege instead of Antwerp. Main fuel dumps at Liege are destroyed. So Liege is where? Maybe I should pause this to look for it. Let me see. Okay, so found Liege is here in the north. Main fuel dumps at Liege are destroyed. Allied mechanized units suffer fuel shortages. The movement allowance of most Allied mechanized units is reduced from 5 or 4 to 3 from the 23rd a.m. through the 26th p.m. turn. 8 units are not affected. The 4th CCA, 4th CCB, 4th CCR, 6th CAV, 2nd CAV, 6th CCA, 6th CCB, and 6th CCR. Hitler directs all V weapons at Liege. Ammo and fuel dumps at Liege are destroyed. Most Allied artillery units may only use their combat strength once per game turn from the 23rd a.m. through the 26th p.m. 6 artillery units are not affected. The 193rd, the 203, the 183, the 177, 182nd, and the 404. Also, include the fuel dump event listed directly above. Dice roll 11. Okay. Got it. Additional random events. Commentary. Oh, okay, so this is an explanation of the justification, like what was going on. Oh, so that's the rules. That's the end of the rules. The rest of this is okay. Well, let's keep going. Night sights. The rested and reconstituted 3rd Panzer Regiment was at full strength, and its new Panthers were equipped with brand new infrared night sights. This event assumes that after the first employment of the sights on the 16th p.m., a unit attains reasonable proficiency. Bayerlein distracted. General Bayerlein was a veteran of North Africa and Normandy. After the virtual annihilation of his Panzerlehr division in Normandy, he became pessimistic and cynical. During his advance on Bastogne, he accepted the advice of a Belgian farmer thought to be friendly to the Germans. Claiming to have intelligence about the American dispositions in the Bastogne area, the Belgian cautioned Bayerlein not to take the primary road leading into the town because it was heavily defended, when in fact it was not. Bayerlein took the advice and led his lead elements down a secondary road, which dwindled off into a muddy trail. This sidetracking cost the division several hours lost time. Furthermore, shortly after midnight on the 19th, prior to the arrival of the U.S. 101st Airborne, a U.S. Army aid station was captured in the town of Magaret. Okay. Bayerlein gave orders for the aid station to care for German wounded. Later that morning, Bayerlein returned to the aid station under the auspices of seeking care for a minor splinter wound. Apparently, a nurse there had caught his eye. Bayerlein noted that the nurse was young, blonde, and beautiful. Rumors soon spread about his flirtations while his subordinates awaited orders. After the war, Field Marshal Manteuffel commented that Bastogne would have fallen prior to the arrival of the American 101st Airborne Division had Bayerlein shown more elan and drive. Interesting. Sepp Dietrich gets bombed. We are not talking Allied aircraft here. It has been traditionally accepted that Sepp consumed liberal quantities of alcohol on the 17th and 18th of December, and that he was ineffective during part of that time. After the battle, Colonel von der Heydt reflected that he had grave misgivings about Sepp's capability, as the commander always seemed to be drunk. It should be noted, however, that Sepp's embellished SS emblem does not depict crossed cocktail glasses, as some historians have suggested. Heiderscheid Bridge. There was confusion on both sides concerning the Heiderscheid Bridge and its structural integrity. A bridge near Heiderscheid was blown by the Germans in late December. However, two other bridges in close proximity remained intact. Samray Dump. The dump was captured by the 116th Panzer Division. The fuel and provisions obtained at this dump greatly assisted the German drive to Marche, Rochefort, and Celles. This event does not give the dump to the Germans outright, but it does greatly increase the chance that it will be captured intact. Damned Engineers. There is a famous book of this name that tells of the heroic exploits of the American combat engineers during the Battle of the Bulge. Peiper lamented about the bridges that were blown in his face by the damned engineers. This event allows the U.S. player one heroic bridge-blowing action by the immortalized damned engineers. Rear Area Hysteria. As intelligence of the German offensive was gathered by the U.S. Army, it became clear that the Germans had committed special forces to the battle. When German parachutists were accidentally dropped in far-flung rear areas, lurid tales began to circulate about German commando operations. Then rumors grew worse when 4 Germans dressed as Americans were captured at an American fuel point after they mistakenly requested petrol instead of gas for their Jeep. American officers all over Belgium, Luxembourg, and France were detained by privates who quizzed them on their knowledge of baseball, geography, and movie stars. This hysteria reached to the top as Bradley was detained by suspicious sentries and Eisenhower's staff tried to curtail his freedom for fear of his safety. This event assumes that the 2 U.S. generals near the front get the full-blown treatment by American privates who take the opportunity to exercise their unexpected authority over officers regardless of rank. The 106th and Air Supply. Air supply was requested by General Jones of the 106th on the 16th a.m. Corps headquarters informed him that supplies would arrive later that day. The 9th Troop Carrier Command loaded 40 planes with supplies for the 106th. Of these, 23 were able to take off from Welford, England before fog closed the base. The planes arrived over Florennes, Belgium on the 16th of p.m. The aircraft circled over Florennes until they were diverted to Liège. When they got to Liège, they were diverted all the way to Dreux in France. In a tragedy of errors, the mission was repeatedly botched until it was finally cancelled on the 22nd of December. The lessons learned in this aborted mission were rapidly addressed and assured successful resupply to the surrounded defenders of Bastogne. This event assumes that Allied coordination was successful for the 106th. Führer Guard Brigade arrives on 17th a.m. One of von Manteuffel's primary concerns was the ability of the 7th Army to keep pace with the 5th Panzer Army and cover his left flank. He lobbied for a mechanized division for the 7th Army, but his request was personally denied by Hitler. This event assumes that Hitler at least speeds up the western transfer of the Führer Grenadier Brigade. Oh, so it's not Guard, it's Grenadier. German logisticians. The Ardennes offensive was a surprise to many, including quite a few Germans. Hitler kept the Ardennes offensive a secret from most of his own people. As a result, German supply units were unaware of the offensive purpose for the supply dumps they were creating east of the Rhine. There were sufficient quantities of fuel and ammunition for the offensive, but it could just not be brought forward fast enough from so far in the rear. According to Hugh Cole, the problem was not a lack of supply, rather the difficulty in transporting it from dumps that were too far to the east. This event assumes that German logisticians were told about the offensive and were able to position the main dumps accordingly. Operation Spätlese. This was to be an offensive by the German 15th Army and the right pincer of Hitler's grandiose plan for a double envelopment. '15th Army. Okay, that's not on here. And the right pincer of Hitler's grandiose plan for double envelopment. The 6th Panzer Army had to achieve certain objectives before Spätlese would be launched. The necessary objectives were never achieved. Operation Spätlese was cancelled on December 24th, and certain 15th Army units were sent to fight in the Ardennes. This event assumes that Operation Spätlese is launched on 21st a.m. Thus, the German 15th Army does not send any units south, and the U.S. 9th Army withholds those that have not yet begun their road march to the Ardennes. Withholds those what? Allied air power would also be affected. Delayed Spätlese. This event assumes that the 15th Army offensive is only a diversionary attack to tie up U.S. reserves. In this case, the German 23rd AM reinforcements are not withheld from the Ardennes, and neither is the U.S. 2nd Armored Division. The 2nd Armored began its road march on the 21st AM. Allied air power would also be less affected by a later and smaller Operation Spätlese. Mechanized Division for the 7th Army. This event assumes that Hitler grants von Manteuffel's request for a mechanized division for the 7th Army. It will be the 9th Panzer or the 15th Panzer Grenadier. Hitler actually granted some of von Manteuffel's special requests. Peiper and Air Supply. The Luftwaffe flew 2 air supply missions in order to get supplies to the isolated Peiper Kampfgruppe. Although the first mission was successful, the airdrop provided was too small. The second mission, which was comprised of 20 cargo planes, was unsuccessful, as most of the cargo fell to the 82nd Airborne. This event assumes that the Luftwaffe turns in a sterling effort. Friendly fire. On December 24th and 25th, the U.S. 9th Air Force twice bombed Malmedy and the American 120th Infantry Regiment. The town was set afire, and the regiment suffered a considerable amount of casualties. Russian Winter Offensive. Stalin moves up the famous Russian Winter Offensive that was launched on the 12th of January. After World War II, Stalin claimed that the Russian Winter Offensive of 1945 saved the Allies' bacon in the Ardennes. This random event gives Stalin a reason to crow. V-Weapon Offensive. From December 16th to the 31st of December, a total of 740 V-1s and 924 V-2s were launched against Antwerp and Liège to disrupt the flow of Allied supplies to the Ardennes. Liège took most of the V-1 strikes, while Antwerp took most of the V-2s. One V-1 took out a 400,000-gallon fuel dump near Liège on December 17th. On the other hand, the city of Antwerp was almost completely destroyed. The damage to Allied supply systems would have been greater if the Germans had concentrated more of the V-weapons against Liège, which was the center of the largest supply dump network on the Western Front. There are 2 random events that address heavier V-weapons attacks against Liège. The mechanized and artillery units of Patton's 3rd Corps and 12th Corps are not affected by these results, as they were supplied from Luxembourg City and Arlon. Okay, examples of play. Let's maybe zoom out a bit. Twelfth SS attacks the US 29, what is that, 2nd Regiment, 9th Division? In Eupen at 1-1. So, 1-1. Why? -1 DRM for flanking attack. Doubled defense for attacking a town. So the 6 goes to a 12. 1 CRT shift left for attacking a town across a river. Okay, so he's got 7, 14, 24, attacking 12, that's 2-1, with a shift down to 1-1 for attacking a town across a river. Okay. The result is a D2. The allied player may retreat to either hex 1501 here or 1601, as either hex is within 1 hex of a friendly supply road. Okay. Note that the US 9th Regiment of the 39th Division negates the German zone of control in hex 1401 for the purpose of tracing supply. Got it. It is the German 17th of December AM game turn. The Panzer Brigade 150 here attempts a Skorzeny sneak from hex 1311 here to hex 1411 here to surround the US 2nd Regiment, 23rd Division. A die roll of, is it 2nd Regiment, 23rd Division, or 2nd 150? I guess this is the 23rd Regiment, 2nd Division, 23rd Regiment. A die roll of 2 results in a successful attempt. Panzer Brigade 150 must end its movement in hex 1411. It may not move to Ligneuville or Baugnaise, as it must end its movement upon entering the 1st Allied zone of control. Okay. The US 4th Division, 12th Regiment, I guess, US 412, is attacked at 4-1. 1 CRT shift left. Okay, so hold on. So he's got a combat power of 4. He's got 5, and 3 is 8, and 3 more is 11. And I guess you add this to get 19. On 4 is it, you add it? 19, that's 8, and 5 is 13. That's 21. 5 and 3 is 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 16 and 5 is 21. 21 to 4 is 5-1. 5-1 shifted down to 4-1 because the defender is in broken terrain. Okay, got it. The result is a D3. The first 2 retreat hexes must be along the supply road. Okay. Since a retreating unit may not voluntarily retreat off map, the allied player may choose hex 2034 or hex 2135 as the final retreat hex. I see. Okay. I think in the Simonich games you can retreat off map. I'm pretty sure you can do that. Had the result been a D4, the allied player may retreat to any of the following hexes, being careful not to enter the same hex twice, as all are within one hex of a friendly supply road. 2033, which is this one, 2034, 2134. How can you enter this one? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can double back. 2134, 2135, 2234, and 2235. Okay. After having conducted a successful Skorzeny sneak with Panzer Brigade 150 into hex 1812, 1812, I guess this one, the German player decides to launch an Angriff aus der Bewegung attack against the US 116 at 4-1. US 116, this guy. So it's 4-1 because he's got a defense strength of 4. We've got 5, and that's 11. He's 10. 11 and 10 is 21. And this one is 4 more, I guess, is attacking. So that's 25. 25, yeah, so that's 4-1. Because that's 24-6 is 4-1. So it's 4-1 with a -1 DRM for the endurance rating advantage. So I think it's the highest endurance rating here is 7, and here it's 6, and I think that's how you determine that. The result is advance 2. Panzer Brigade 150 may not advance into hex 1913. No, can't advance here, as this would violate the rules of movement. For the same reason, it may not advance into hex 1912, as it did not start the game turn next to the river hex side. Panzer Grenadier SS-32 advances into Francorchamps via hex 1810 here in search of the hidden fuel dump. Note that at the end of the game turn, each Kampfgruppe Peiper unit remains within 2 hexes of another Kampfgruppe Peiper unit. I see. Yep. Okay. It is the opening game turn, and the German player chooses to attack the American Bloody 110th, less the 2678th, which has been declared a bridge builder at 3-1. Okay, so this guy. So he's got a combat power 5. It's doubled defense because everybody's attacking across the river, so he gets doubled to 10. We've got 11 plus 11 is 22 here, and then 17 here. 17 and 22 is 32 and 7, which is 39. Oh, and then you add this. That's, I guess, 46. 46 on 10 is 4-1. So you've shifted down to 3-1 because the defender's in broken terrain. Got it. The German endurance rating, DRM, is canceled by the improved position. I see. So his endurance rating is 4. The highest endurance rating here is 5. So there should be a DRM, but it's canceled because, I guess, of this green marker, which is indicating an improved position. The German player successfully die rolls a variable surprise shift, resulting in 1 CRT shift right for a 4-1. The result is a D4. The US 28-110 must retreat to hex 1824. Okay. Although Panzer Grenadier 2-2 started its game turn in hex 1324 here, Rule 15.7 traffic jams prevents the unit from advancing further than the defender's vacated hex. 2 movement points for broken terrain, plus 1 movement point for crossing a river into broken terrain. The German player chooses to advance only the Leer Recon into the vacated hex, whereupon it must stop. In the German bridge construction phase, 2678, accompanied by the 2-3, are advanced into hex 1412. This guy. So these guys, 1424 here, being careful to abide by the 3 ground unit stacking limit, and a new bridge is declared built. Okay, got it. So that's also handling the bridge building. Designer's Notes by Randy Heller. This, the 5th edition of Bitterwoods, represents an evolution that first began with the game's initial release by the Avalon Hill Game Company in the summer of 1998. Since then, 4 editions have been published while attracting a large fan base through tournament play and garnering a number of hobby award nominations. This recognition and continued sales led Compass Games to contract for another edition, with additional and refined scenarios plus larger size playing pieces for the benefit of our aging gamers. I have read nearly every popular account of the battle, but it was not until I came across a gem of a little book entitled The Key to the Bulge, The Battle for Losheimer Graben by Stephen M. Rusecki, did I realize that the Germans had a reasonably good chance of reaching the Meuse River in force. Reflecting on other Battle of the Bulge games already published, it was apparent that few of them truly allowed for the opportunity to exploit this possibility. Once a steady Allied player rode out a few initial game turns, the accumulating tide of Allied reinforcements typically saw play stagnate mid-game, with the German forces far from their objectives. My goal was to design a highly playable, relatively fast-moving regimental level game within the framework of a historically accurate order of battle and sound map research, which would reflect the strategy and tactics needed for the German forces to reach and cross the Meuse. It was important to me to ensure whatever chrome the game offered was applicable to fighting in the forested regions of the Ardennes, and not perceived as simply rules additions for the sake of complexity. For a game to be ultimately successful and played repeatedly, it must find the right balance between complexity and playability. I had the pleasure of working on past Bulge game designs with both Danny Parker and Bruno Sinigaglio, who are both longtime friends. It was with their assistance that Bitter Woods undoubtedly has the most accurate order of battle of any regimental level Battle of the Bulge game. Primary research was conducted from records at the National Archives and OCMH in Washington, D.C. Combat values were derived from Danny's work, which took a statistical analysis approach using a linear regression that was both logical and well-referenced. The map was drawn from 1944 U.S. Army Series 1 to 100,000 scale maps, and courtesy of Danny Parker. As an aside, Danny graciously gave me the original color map used by Hugh M. Cole to write the official U.S. history of the battle, dated June 1943. Wow, okay. Bitter Woods contains a number of noteworthy design decisions, which I feel are of value and worth sharing. The map depicts the primary road net in the Ardennes. Certainly there were a plethora of secondary and minor roads, some of which amounted to nothing more than dirt trails. However, attempting to deploy onto these numerous unpaved roads was something else again. Attempting to deploy onto these numerous unpaved roads was something else again. Without the benefit of frozen ground, the secondary roads were often at risk of being churned into a quagmire of mud, particularly after a few vehicles traversed the ground. Provided adequate German mechanized forces are dedicated from the start, the capture of St. Vith should be relatively easy. Not so with Clairvaux. The town, with its age-old chateau that served as the headquarters of the 110th Infantry, was a classic natural fortification. The approach and egress from Clairvaux were narrow and treacherous under combat conditions. The race to Bastogne by the 2nd Panzer was lost here due to the gallant action of the bloody 110th. To encourage a historically accurate town defense, Clairvaux was made a permanent fort with a unique bottleneck rule. Few bulge games accurately depict the heroic siege and relief of Bastogne. In fact, most experienced Allied players prefer to abandon this vital road junction rather than sacrifice valuable units to a defense that seems to easily succumb to the first German attack. Bitter Woods encourages a defense of Bastogne by providing the Allied player with a reasonable chance of retaining the town. The German player, like his historical counterpart, is often torn between maintaining a western drive to the Meuse River or diverting a Panzer Corps to capturing the fortified town. I felt one of the greater dilemmas a bulge game designer faces is the breakout of Kampfgruppe Peiper. Should his infamous penetration of the Allied defense on the second day of the battle and headlong dash for the Meuse River be reflected with special rules? If so, should the breakout be a given or problematic? Few will argue that his boldness and tactical initiative were without peer in the 6th Panzer Army. Peiper's Kampfgruppe was well versed in night combat. The tactic employed was simple and straightforward. Attack at full speed with all guns blazing. The gamble was bold and not without risk, but the results were often stunning. This reputation and the fact that had he attacked Stavelot on the evening of the 17th, rather than waiting until the following morning, would have carried him through Troppont and beyond, influenced me to address this potential. However, I did not feel circumstances warranted a guaranteed breakout. The net result is what I feel to be an elegant design approach that allows the players a reasonable opportunity to duplicate or thwart what is one of the most well-known aspects of the battle. Air power is relatively depicted in the game based on the number of flights flown per day. For example, the Germans committed 650 fighters on the 17th, and another 849 on the 18th to the Ardennes battlefield. A little-known fact is that the antiquated Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber was used in flights of 50 aircraft during the battle. The Germans attempted to use their aircraft in a predominantly ground attack role. For this reason, only the Allied player may additionally use his aircraft for supply and interdiction. Bitter Woods offers a step reduction to depict unit losses. It is not until the upper limits of the combat results table that one experiences outright defender elimination. Be careful not to misinterpret the meaning of unit removal. U.S. units were almost always removed from the front at 20% casualties. This would represent a defender eliminated. Figure 10% losses represent a flip or step reduction. Interesting. For the Germans, the formula is more difficult. German soldiers had a reputation for attacking in the face of imminent death and futility. Americans would not. So defender eliminated results for the Germans would represent a 40 to 50% loss, or double US losses. Both sides were capable of building and destroying bridges, and did both on multiple occasions throughout the battle. The primary research question is just what were the German bridge building capabilities? The Germans had two types of bridging equipment available: Brückengerät, bridge column, B and J. The J type was for heavier bridges, which were actually trestle bridges, unlike the pontoon B type. The J type could support tanks. If one adds up the numbers, there were 8 J-type columns distributed among the 3 armies and en route to Army Group B. The engineering capacity within each army also had to be considered. The net result was to limit the German player to 8 tank-bearing bridges, no more and no less. I believe that designing appropriate movement capabilities within the confines of the Ardennes battlefield represented my greatest conundrum. At the forefront of my mind was the keen desire to retain playability. Did I really want to task players with keeping track of movement costs to enter and leave an enemy zone of control, in addition to penalizing units for stacking? Or could movement costs more easily be reflected by simply paying terrain costs? For the Allies, transportation and supply activities were organized at the corps or army level in numerous truck battalions possessing hundreds of vehicles, making the American forces extremely mobile. Once the ground froze, off-road mobility was surprisingly enhanced. As Cole points out, when Combat Command Reserve started for Remy-Champagne on the morning of 26th of December, the ground was frozen, and tank going was even better than it had been during the summer pursuit across France. This leads well into a discussion of artillery. U.S. artillery tradition had high morale and training. They were rich with ammunition, capable of multiple fire missions throughout the day, and highly mobile. The German artillery was limited because of the lack of ammunition, which made it absolutely necessary to hoard ammunition for important assignments, which were primarily offensive. German corps artillery was predominantly horse-drawn, which made it slow to displace and move. German rocket units, Nebelwerfers, on the other hand, were an altogether different matter. The maximum range of the 15-centimeter Nebelwerfers was 7,200 yards, exactly 4 miles or 2 hexes, but they were more accurate and more effective at 3 miles or 1.5 hexes. The 15-centimeter made up at least 2/3 of the Nebelwerfer brigades in the Ardennes, hence the lower limit of 1.5 hexes rounded down to 1 hex. Cole states, this weapon seems to have been a major feature in carrying German firepower forward during the Ardennes offensive. Parker states, the lighter Werfers were a major factor in carrying German firepower along with the armored spearheads. For these reasons, the Nebelwerfers maintained their mobility in bitter woods. One of the greater challenges to designing a game on the Battle of the Bulge is to not lose sight of the need to maintain German momentum. If the Germans are too easily caught up in mirroring history by failing to break through the Elsenborn Ridge, then they are likely to meet a brick wall come mid-game and never have a realistic chance of reaching the Meuse River. I believe the failure of the German 6th Panzer Army to succeed in its initial breakout was a failure of its leadership, rather than its potential. It is up to the designer and developer to place the gamer in a position to change history, not necessarily be pigeonholed into consistently recreating it. Gamers will no doubt discover the major difference between Bitterwoods and many other Battle of the Bulge game designs lies in the dynamics of the mechanized exploitation phase. Leader units will prove to be a two-edged sword. Although they provide the defender with the capability of retaining a defensive position rather than retreating, their ability to release reserves for mechanized exploitation has proven to be the greatest weapon in the German offensive arsenal. The Allied player must keep an ever-watchful eye out for the possibility of a German mechanized breakthrough and attempt to provide a defense in depth whenever possible. For this reason, Bitterwoods can sometimes be unforgiving for a novice Allied player. Do not expect to do well against a seasoned German player without some game preparation. As with other Battle of the Bulge games, there is a learning curve to playing the Allies. Competitive play of Bitterwoods consistently reveals the edge lies with the Allies. As the Allied player, be patient and study your defense options. With continued play and acquired skill, you will soon develop the expertise needed to be a competent General Patton. In closing, I was asked what I felt most proud of about this edition of Bitterwoods. First, I believe the fact that 4 different game companies, Avalon Hill, Multiman Publishing, L2 Design Group, and Compass Games, marketed successive editions represents a strong vote of confidence. Second, the gaming community itself continues to favorably acknowledge the game, particularly through active tournament play. And lastly, game designer and historian Danny Parker's review of Bitterwoods, without question one of the finest regimental level Battle of the Bulge games ever produced, carefully researched and beautifully executed. Highly recommended. Interesting. And then there's just the game credits.